The following is a production of the University of North Alabama. From the University of North Alabama and Royal Lions production, it's time for UNA football.
Touchdown, North Alabama! Put the Lions on the board!
UNA football is brought to you by Bank Independent, Coca-Cola, Midgard Self-Storage, Bojangles, CB&S Bank, Alabama Health Guidance, Florence Utilities, Lawn Pride, North Alabama Online, State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander, United Community Bank, Adams Beverages, First and Soul, Lister Hill, Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, Buffalo Wild Wings, Simpsons, Singing River Brewery, Burnley Spine and Sport.
High pass intercepted by North Alabama.
Now to get you ready for kickoff, it's time for the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show.
Hello, fellow Lions fans, and welcome once again to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent. I'm Jordan Campbell alongside the Wunderkind extraordinaire Chase Glover, and Jacob Tucker will join me right at kickoff. Hopefully, we will get a chance to do some on-field interviews as we are celebrating the 2010s era of UNA football, and obviously, Chase, Jacob Tucker is going to be one of the key pieces of that.
Of course he is. One of the best quarterbacks that is in recent memory for the North Alabama Lions football program. It's just awesome that he gets to get honored today.
Yeah, it is awesome. He's very well deserving of that, as well as his fellow teammates and all the players that are here representing UNA football in the 2010s. Chase, I'm thrilled to have you on the pregame with me today. I've worked with you all season long. I've worked with you before we began doing UNA football together, and obviously it is a fitting opponent for today's 2010s era celebration. The Wolves of West Georgia, a longtime foe for Lions fans, back in Brawley for UNA's final season at this storied venue.
Yeah, 37th all-time meeting between the two, and only the second during the Division I era for North Alabama. They met last season in Carrollton, where North Alabama escaped with a win, 25-16 in that one.
Last week, UNA made the long trek to the Beehive State, lost a heartbreaker in St. George, 34-33 to Utah Tech. It was the usual suspects for the Lions offense last week. Destin Wade has firmly supplanted himself as QB1, had one of the best performances of his entire career last week. Tanaka Scott also had a great game, 4 receptions, 136 yards, and a touchdown. And we've talked all season about how important the run game has been under Brent Dearman. Combined last week, our Lions ran for 240 yards and 4 touchdowns. Juice was toting the pill, and I can recall the drive heading into the 2-minute timeout where Destin was scrambling. And Juice, it was a pass play. Juice throws a block to keep the play extended, gets up, sees Destin going, gets out in front of Destin, becomes the lead blocker, and throws another block. Destin picked up like 8 on the ground. So not only was Juice toting the rock, he was also making it happen.
Yeah, a lot of defenders don't want to fill the hole when Juice Allen comes through it,
yeah,
and they actually don't want to get in front when he's also a lead blocker.
Yeah, he's a bowling ball. That's how we've referred to him all season long. It was really good to see the leading ball carrier for the Lions get up and support his teammate being the lead blocker there. Also headed down the field late in the game. Great drive to end to get into the end zone. Just unfortunate that we couldn't convert that extra point. But that's football. It happens. And so Utah Tech was able to take away that one 34-33. Defensively, Seth Hampton, DeMarcus Robinson put on a show just as they have all season long. And really, you think about this linebacking core, last season, and we're going to talk about them more as we go along in the pregame. Last season, the linebacking core was really good. These guys have just picked up right where those guys left off.
Yeah, last season you had a guy like Josh Anglin who was FCS all-freshman. He was a UAC all-freshman. And when he left, you were wondering who's going to fill that role. And DeMarcus Robinson has come in and done just that and has been a plug-and-play right next to Seth Hampton. And has been one that has been feared inside of the UAC this season.
Tango McCauley's played well, too. And Seth Hampton, as we've mentioned, been great all season long. Let's talk about the offensive season as a whole, Chase. What, in your opinion, changed when Destin made it known, hey, I'm QB1 for this team? What have you seen from this offense that looks different under Destin than maybe it did when Ari was leading the group?
I think the biggest thing right away was the quicker decision-making. Now, he doesn't go through all of his reads every single time, but what Destin Wade does really well is if his target is not open, he gets 1 second look, and then he takes it off.
Right.
He takes off, and I think that's what – I think all quarterbacks here under Brent Dearman have done an extremely good job of being mobile, being a dual threat. But I think Destin Wade has done that, and then also the quick decision-making to lead the offense down the field.
Yeah, you saw it a lot from TJ last season as well. It seemed like once Ari went out initially, TJ came in, and it looked as if the offense was maybe simplified. I don't think that's the right answer. I think the quarterback play was simplified. And this is not a knock on Ari at all. Ari is a very cerebral young man, a leader for this team, and a very good quarterback in his own right. But the ability to say, hey, my guy's not there, I got to move, that's what you've seen from Destin. That's what you saw from TJ last year.
Being in the huddles a little this year, definitely, I remember the Northeastern State game when John Austin Wood got in. Something that Brent Dearman was stressing to his young quarterback was make the read, make it quick.
Right.
And I think that's something that Destin Wade has done extremely well this year in that read option, RPO-type offense for Brent Dearman.
Now, obviously, we've talked a lot about quarterback play, but all season long, the ground game has been special for UNA. Led by Javian Allen and a stable of backs, the Lions are averaging 198.6 yards per game. That's good enough for third in the conference and 17th in all of FCS football. And everyone who touches the ball will tell you that the offensive line has been the reason for that. The big guys have done a phenomenal job playing through injuries, rotations, quarterback changes, which you talk to an offensive lineman and they'll tell you who's taking the snap matters, because we block one way for this quarterback, we block a different way for another quarterback based off of their tendencies. The big guys have been phenomenal this season in the run game.
Yeah, the big guys have really paved the way. And I've talked with Ben and Brian, who run this some other times. I've mentioned, like, Ben Thomas has been an unsung hero this season. He's come in, and they've had a lot of makeshift guys that had to fill in holes along that offensive line. And then also they've shifted around a lot this season as well. Whit Mitchum has shifted from the left to the right, and he's done a lot of other things to play guys. And they've – over and over again, as you see it, they're still rushing nearly 200 yards a game, which is just phenomenal to say when you're changing guys out. Last year, they had a really strong offensive line unit that were primarily the same starters each and every game. And now having to change them in and out, I think they've just done a phenomenal job to rush the way they have, definitely with the difference of backs and quarterbacks.
8 to 10 offensive linemen, by my count, have gotten significant snaps this season for the Lions, and they've done great no matter what that combination of guys have been. Let's talk about the defense. Defensively, we've already mentioned them. The linebackers have carried the load this season. Seth, DeMarcus Robinson, and Tango have taken those spots left by Jackson Bratton, Rush Lansdale, Josh Anglin. They've kept things rolling with excellent execution all season long. Now, when you take a look at the season stats here, which we know stats are for nerds. I'm kind of a nerd, so stats are kind of for me. If you're a fan of stats, I get it. You're a fellow nerd with me. But when you take a look at what you see here on the screen and what we've talked about so far, what stands out to you here in terms of what UNA has done versus their opponents this season?
I think the biggest thing is the sacks and the turnovers. Sacks automatically just halt drives. You know, a lot of momentum comes off, but when you get that sack, it just absolutely stops offense in their tracks. And then turnovers. I think that's a big thing. When you can take the ball away, you win more ball games than you lose.
Right.
And I think holding other opponents to less takeaways than you, turnovers than you, I think it just absolutely lifts your offense up, first of all, because it puts the ball back in their hands, gives them some more confidence, and that's what you need from your offense. And then the defense getting that rest that they need every now and again. So I think the sacks and the turnovers are the biggest thing for this Lion defense throughout the season.
Passing defense, which includes getting after the quarterback, trails last season's output, as you mentioned. In 2024, the Purple Swarm allowed roughly 216 yards per game through the air and racked up 24 sacks. They're a little bit behind that production so far this season, but we still have a lot more football left to play. Finally, we've talked about it all season long. The special teams unit has been the most complete unit for UNA this season. Adam Watford has added 6 more yards per punt over last season. Ian Vachon has already showed off his leg strength time and again. But I want to take a second and mention Justin Luke in the return game. And I know that he's not on our specialist graphic here, and that's fine. But he's got 14 returns for 383 yards. That's an average of 27 yards per return. Chase, that's a difference-making type of performance week in and week out from Justin Luke.
Yeah, you saw it in the first 4 games this year when Justin Luke wasn't able to play due to a hamstring injury. The special teams that were trying to find a little bit of identity, I think Luke Roth does an extremely great job with this special team core. But when Justin Luke came back in that, I believe it was the Central Arkansas game, you absolutely saw the electricity he brings to that return game. And he did it again last week with, I believe it was like a 70-something yarder in the return game. Justin Luke is everything you need back there on kick and punt return.
He's so close to breaking the
Oh,
big
my
one.
goodness, yeah.
He's so close.
And he comes over and he tells me, usually when I'm on the sidelines, he'll come over and tell me, he's like, one more second, one more guy. I almost had him. If I could have gotten past that kicker, he tripped me up.
I feel like today's a good day for it.
I think so. It's a perfect day.
Perfect day for it. It's time for Chase and I to take a break. When we return, we're going to look at today's opponent, the West Georgia Wolves. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
Ugh, come on.
Seriously?
This is so extra.
but what you could say is,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
Hampton Inn and Suites downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites downtown.
The Lions have the roar and UNA students have the drive. Bank Independent's customer scholarship is here to help turn that drive into success. Details at bibank.com/scholarship. Jordan Campbell alongside Chase Glover. West Georgia, Chase, the Wolves of West Georgia on the prowl here in Brawley today. 37th all-time meeting between these old GSC foes. West Georgia joined the FCS ranks in 2024, and the two teams met in Carrollton last season, as you mentioned in our opening segment, for the first time as non-Division II opponents. UNA leads the series all-time, and especially here in Brawley, 13-4, and they've won the last 7 consecutive meetings here in Brawley. And Brawley is reminds me, I think, if you're a fan of college football at all, especially here in the South. Nick Saban was talking about Jordan Hare one time. He said, this place is haunted. This place is haunted. I feel like West Georgia would probably tell you Brawley Stadium is haunted.
Yeah, for them, this is one of the favored rivalries during the Division II days. Now that we're bringing it into the Division I days, both North Alabama and West Georgia have a long history with each other, and they're very excited to get going in this one.
The jump from year 1 to year 2 for head coach Joel Taylor has been impressive. 4-7 last season, 1-7 in conference. To this point in the year, they're 6-3 and 3-3 in conference. In my opinion, he's done a great job of putting together his staff. His offensive coordinator, Austin Davis, played center at Duke. Nashawn Goddard coaches the offensive line. He's a 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Giants and the Saints. And I didn't realize this until yesterday. The running back coach is legendary running back and running backs coach Stump Mitchell. He was coaching running backs for the Cleveland Browns last season.
Yep.
So he's got a really good staff, and obviously Stump stands out if you're a fan of coaching at all, which I try and keep up with some. That white beard on the sideline, you can see it anytime he's out there. So he's done a good job of putting together this staff, and they've taken a big jump from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah, I think what Joel Taylor, you could see spurts last season for him, and now it's just showing off in this season. But I think the biggest thing about building a staff is, what are my weaknesses? And I think Joel Taylor has absolutely put together a staff that has supplemented his weaknesses and allowed his strengths to just show out.
Let's talk a little bit about the Wolves. They came out of the gate hot this year, rattling off 5 straight wins before falling to 3 nationally ranked teams at the time in Austin Peay, Abilene Christian, and Tarleton State. They got back in the win column a couple weeks ago against Central Arkansas, 18-17, and they've been led all season long by Davin Widener, the quarterback formerly of Ole Miss. He's played well for the Wolves in his second season. He's a big, strong kid who uses his legs really well. And I know he's been banged up a couple times this season, but overall, he's grown in the system. He's gotten better. And the thing that's really difficult for a defensive coordinator is a comfortable quarterback. That's what Davin Widener has become, a comfortable quarterback. He's not afraid of the pressure. He's not afraid of the play calls. He understands the system, and he's done a really good job all season long of leading these guys from that quarterback position.
Yeah, he just does such a good job of, like, when there's pressure, he stays composed. I think that's the biggest thing with Widener is you don't have to put up 400 yards every game. I don't know if people are watching and think, man, my quarterback's only good if they have 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's not true. A quarterback that is making smart decisions, moving his team down the field, most of the time running backs can clean it up inside the red zone or inside the 10-yard line. And so just getting your team into scoring position, I think that's what Widener does best, and I think he's going to try and show it again here today in Raleigh.
One of the keys to success for West Georgia this season has been how spread out they have been with their playmakers. Latrell Morrell has gotten the lion's share of the carries, but TJ Lester has the most touchdowns. Widener has the second most attempts and has the same number of yards as Lester. Jordan Dees has been the primary wide receiver target for Widener, but there are 6 other players with 99 receiving yards or more. It's hard to game plan defensively for a team that can beat you by death with 1,000 cuts. And that's what West Georgia is. They're a team that they don't focus on 1 or 2 guys to get the bulk of their yards, the bulk of their plays. They really do spread it out. They got a lot of guys that can hurt you.
Yeah, when you have a lot of playmakers, it makes game planning a whole lot harder throughout the week. Definitely when it's a week-to-week a season, you know. You don't get this whole off season to produce anymore for these weeks. And so for West Georgia, I think having all those guys that you can spread out and have faith in, no matter who you are, even Widener having faith in a lot of his receivers, it just shows that this offense can be volatile, versatile even more throughout the game.
Defensively, David Hogue, the graduate defensive lineman who started his collegiate career in 2019 at Northern Colorado, has been an animal this season. Chase, 53 tackles, 16.5 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, probably the most fearsome defensive player UNA has seen since David Walker at Central Arkansas last season.
I guess some of those are good, right? No.
I would say so, yeah.
I would say so, yeah. The 6 sacks are third in the UAC. David Hogue is just another animal, and I think that is something the UNA offensive line, Ben Thomas, that we've already talked about, is going to have to really game plan for as he's on the other side of this team. But he's going to live in the backfield, and that's what he tries to do every single week, and he's going to do the same thing here.
I have a feeling this week in practice that Caleb Heatherly looked at a 34 jersey about as much as any player has ever looked at a 34 jersey. I think Caleb is going to be tasked with helping out the tackles a little bit today.
I think there's going to be a lot more chip blocks in this week than there have in previous weeks.
I think so. When we return, voice of the Lions, Ben Ray, takes us down the coordinator corridor, as we'll hear from both Brock Caraboa and Morgan Cruz. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent.
Well, I think Fame and Muscle Shoals music is here because we're fiercely independent. And in the early days, it was hard because it was hard for banks to get their head around, we're going to give these hippies some money to go make music. We've been doing business with Bank Independent since the 70s, and to know that they've got our back, it means a lot, and it just kind of takes the stress off of doing business day to day. They've always been there, and it's always just been a phone call away.
Member FDIC.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale. The Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show continues from Brawley Stadium. I'm Benjamin Ray, subbing in, getting set for our coordinator conversations. Up first, we chat with North Alabama defensive coordinator before North Alabama gets set to kick off against West Georgia inside of Brawley Stadium. Within the next hour, Coach, coming off the tough road loss to Utah Tech, just defensively, what's been the words of encouragement to that group as they look to bounce back?
Yeah, it's been a good week of practice, and that's the thing that we sold to our guys this week is that we just have to, like last week we had to watch tape, we got to get better from it, got to own it and go through it and get better. And I think Coach Dearman alluded to this earlier in the week. I think we had our best Tuesday practice, which of all year, which that was a great sign for us going into this week. So also going into this week, this is West Georgia. West Georgia's the rival. And you don't really have to say much to get up for a rival. And we've had former players that are coaches, Coach Carter, Coach Jack, Coach Thomas, talking to those guys, Coach Johnson, about what it means to be a UNA Lion versus, the West Georgia Wolves. So for me, it's pretty simple that when you play a rival, it just means a little bit more. So I think those guys really took it to heart, and we had a really good week of practice and kind of flushed last week, so we were ready to go.
Last week against Utah Tech, we know the usual suspects on defense. DeMarquius Robinson, Seth Hampton, Tango's been coming along, but you had Jamari Payne have a big sack on third down in overtime. You had B.J. Dilworth get the interception off of a deflection from Trey Young. How nice has it been to see some of these other guys start stepping up as well?
Yeah, it's huge because, those guys, even though they're, B.J.'s older and, age-wise, but he's never really played. This is his first year of playing. Jamari's a redshirt freshman who's now, this is his first year of really playing college football. Even though the other guys, Seth and D-Rob, Tango, these are all the guys' first year of playing, really college football. So even though we may be older and sophomore or junior wise, and age wise, experience wise on the field, we're pretty young, and so to see those guys continue to develop, make big plays at big-time moments was awesome to see. And for Jamar, I was so happy for Jamari Payne on that sack where he just came around the edge, used his speed. We saw what we saw on tape going into this year when we recruited him. And once he gets more confident and understands he can make those plays all the time, I think you're going to see a lot more of that from Payne.
Let's flip the page and talk about today's opponent, the West Georgia Wolves. And like most teams, it starts with their quarterback, Davin Widener. And just what kind of quarterback have you seen from him on game film?
He's a gamer. I think he's got great moxie, very long, lanky, can deliver the ball down the field, deliver the ball over the middle, does a great job with his legs when the play doesn't go the way that he thinks it should go, so he just runs it. And everything runs through him. You can tell he's the quarterback of that football team. He demands presence in the pocket. He demands presence by the offensive linemen, receivers that they respect him. Just very impressed with what he does and how he plays the game. So I know our guys are up for the challenge, and for us to be able to keep him, at bay, we're going to have to, send pressure at him, drop 8 on him, and be able to make him really uncomfortable, keep him in the pocket at all times.
And then let's start with the running backs, 1 and 21, Lester and Murrell. How do they complement one another?
Man, they're really they do such a good job. I think the best game they had was the Southern Utah game where it was hard for those guys to tackle, but they're fast and they're explosive. They run the ball so hard, and they do a really good job of making a cut in the backfield, both of them, and be able to get press vertical. So I think they're 1A, 1B, and I really don't think there's a true clear-cut starter. So when you have that as a football team, as an offensive coordinator, it's a great problem to have. But I think that they do a good job. One guy goes in, another guy comes out. There's no really drop-off. So our guys are going to have to be able to ready to go every single time one of those guys gets the football.
Then other skill guys, receivers, tight ends, what kind of challenges will they present for the secondary?
Yeah, long, lanky. They can stretch the field. They'll get us in some situations where they're going to try to get us in one-on-ones where our guys are going to have to win a one-on-one towards the open field. So, a guy that we're familiar with is Jordan Dees at 86. He's, an Alabama guy. He's had a great year. And the thing I think he does so well he goes and grasps the football. He goes and gets the ball out of the air. So it's going to be a great challenge for our guys. We've been working on it all week, so excited for our guys to be able to see it.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama defensive coordinator Brock Caraboa and coach for this defense to help us get the W today inside of Brawley Stadium. What's it going to take?
Number one, we got to execute the calls. Number two, we got to tackle. And number three, we got to stop the run. We do those three things, we're going to win this Saturday against West Georgia.
As always, we appreciate the time, Coach, and best of luck.
Thank you. Roll Lions.
It's North Alabama defensive coordinator Brock Caraboa. We'll take another timeout. Morgan Cruz joins us next. This is the Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Bank Independent, own Roar Lions Productions.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information.
Join us at Singing River Brewery, your local hub for great beer and community fun. Ready to serve delicious drinks and host amazing events? Try our Golden Manor Leo's Roar, and 50% goes to UNA Athletics. Support your local business and college community while enjoying a fantastic atmosphere. Don't miss out on the good times. Come sip, socialize, and savor the taste of Singing River Brewery.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Football Saturday continues here at Brawley Stadium. Benjamin Ray back with you for our coordinator conversations as North Alabama gets set to take on West Georgia here on the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show. Up next, we chat with offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz. And Coach Cruz, I know Utah Tech was a heartbreaking loss last week, but this week, what's been the response as this team looks to bounce back?
Well, after you get back off the plane and you get back into reality, I think Monday, the guys came in and put in a little bit of weight workout. They got into watching film, and I think that after we put the game to bed on Monday and talked about the mistakes, how we need to continually get better, and how we need to grow from that, the guys have really attacked this week. I felt like Tuesday and Wednesday have been good work days for us. There's still a really good drive and a really good focus on this team just to focus on the process, not necessarily see the results and the end journey that we all want great results. But at the end of the day, this team, you can see that they're very heavily focused on the process of just being the best version of UNA that we can be, and especially offensively.
Destin Wade, 3 rushing touchdowns, threw for 203 yards and a touchdown pass as well, especially in the second half. And when you look back at that ball game, what was the difference in the first half to second half for Destin?
I don't know what it is, but Destin seemed to have settled in. Destin found some rhythm in there. I don't know if it was the time zone change, if he was just an hour behind or what, but he definitely found his rhythm. He found his way into being a big impact for us offensively with his feet and with his arm. And I think it was just the fact that, you look at it, he knew that he needed to step up and make some plays, and he did. He knew he needed to be a spark plug for us offensively and be able to put points on the board to give us a chance to win, and we're definitely appreciative of that.
Juice Allen, 25 carries, 102 yards, and it just felt like every time he touched the football, he was getting those extra yards. Just how hard does Juice continue to run this late in the season?
I think if you look at it, I think we averaged 4.9 yards a carry last as an offense, and he contributed to that heavily. He's just, I think we talked about it last week, he is just such a workhorse and just a steady member of what I used to call the stable, and just being able to do what needs to be done in the run game. He provides so much for us in pass pro and the passing game too, but being able to have the ability to hand it off to a guy and know that he's going to go get you 5 to 6 yards, even though they may be really hard yards, is very comforting for an offense, and it gives you a peace of mind when you're calling plays, so that it allows you to get into a little bit of a rhythm.
Let's flip the script, talk about West Georgia, this defensive unit coming in. Just what have you noticed from them as you've watched them on game film?
The head coach, Coach Taylor, a defensive-minded guy, and their defensive staff has done a really good job of putting together guys that play hard. They're very sound in what they do. They have a really strong identity. You can tell on tape that they know where they need to be, and they get there. The talent, they're a very talented defense on the back end. The back end really attacks the ball, good in coverage. Linebackers are downhill after you, and the defensive line does a lot of stuff up front to try to confuse run game and pass protection. So that the defense is a very solid defense. I would say is one of the better ones we've seen all year.
They lead the league in sacks, and what do they do that makes them so tenacious getting after the quarterback?
Defensive line, as far as they do a lot of stuff up front with twist games. The edge guys, I think that 2 of their starting defensive ends last year, I know one of them ended up transferring up, and it seems like that they do a really good job of bringing guys in that can create pressure situations on the QB. They move them around enough. They put them on the edge, and then they will do a really good job of adding in, whether it be a secondary guy into a blitz or just a linebacker into a blitz, just to try to confuse pass pro and IDs for the old linemen and the running backs there in pass pro. So I think that they do a really good job of just knowing who they are, getting in their gaps, and creating a pressure on a QB for those sacks.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz and Coach Cruz for this offense to help us get the W today inside of Brawley Stadium. What are the things they'll need to do?
Well, I'm always going to say the first thing we got to be offensively is efficient. We have got to capitalize on the opportunities that we have. And I think that thinking about this week and thinking about what we need to do to truly be successful offensively and give ourselves a chance to win this ball game, I think we as an offense have got to have a couple guys come and make some plays. I think we've got to have some guys that do their job so well that it creates a play for us offensively that will feed our entire team. Because when our whole team is fed with energy, that I feel like we're an unstoppable force. And so I think offensively we've got to have a couple guys, whether it be Destin, whether it be somebody in the running back room, whether it be a receiver, whether it be a tight end, whether it be an O-lineman with a pancake block. We've got to have somebody make a play that's going to create some type of energy and force us to just feed off of each other.
As always, Coach, we appreciate the time and best of luck today.
Appreciate it. Roar Lions.
It's North Alabama offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz. We'll take another timeout. Jordan Campbell and Chase Glover will rejoin you next on the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show. You're listening to UNA Football, brought to you by Roar Lions Productions.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Want to keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are? Stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page. Get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
Move over Friday. We're making Thursday the best day of the week. Every Thursday, enjoy buy one, get one free boneless wings with takeout or delivery from P-Dubs. Ready to score double the sauce for half the price? Buy one, get one free of equal value free boneless wings on Thursday. Not valid with any other offers. Size exclusions may apply while supplies last. Limit 1. Delivery and takeout available at participating locations for a limited time. Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply. Valid only for orders placed through the Buffalo Wild Wings app or website.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
This is the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show. Now back to the stadium.
Welcome back into the Countdown to Kickoff. Jordan Campbell, Chase Glover with you here on the UNA Lions Sports Network. It's time for the starters for the UNA Lions, brought to you by North Alabama Online. We'll start with the offense. QB1 today, Destin Wade, the redshirt sophomore, has firmly supplanted himself as the starting quarterback and has looked really good the past few weeks.
Yeah, Destin Wade has really launched into this offense. Just what I mentioned earlier about the dual threat, the mobility that he has just brings a new look to this offense, and he's just done extremely well this season to become QB1.
Juice Allen, no stranger to being the first running back on the field. He'll do that today. Your tight end is Caleb Heatherly. Doesn't catch just a whole lot of passes, has the ability to, but gets a lot of work as an H-back and an extra blocker up on the line of scrimmage. And your wide receivers for the Lions today, Tanaka Scott. Justin Pegues is out. He's in street clothes.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one to watch. Justin Pegues has become kind of a safety net from that slot position, and he's been a huge help for Destin Wade. Usually his first look on the field, Justin Pegues is just an all-around gadget guy for the Lions, and so for him not to be suiting up today is going to be a big one.
So it'll be interesting to see if it's Noah Gregg or Caden Cooper who steps in at a starting wide receiver spot. We will say KJ Fields at one of the other receiver spots. However, your offensive lineman from left to right, Gage Saint, the redshirt senior, 6'4", 305. Colin Wright will be at left guard, the redshirt junior, 6'3", 305. Drew Lawson has held down the center position all season, the graduate, 6'2", 300 pounds. Ryan Walker at right guard, redshirt sophomore, 6'3", 285. And Whit Mitchum has moved over to right tackle, 6'6", 285, the redshirt senior. That's your starting offense for the UNA Lions. Just to mention a couple guys for West Georgia, you got to watch for the quarterback, Davin Widener, Latrell Morrell at the running back spot, and Jordan Dees is usually the first look. But they got a lot of guys who can hurt you on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively for the UNA Lions, we'll start with the big fellas up front. Defensive end, E.J. Colbert, Jaheim Ingram, and Big Ox Caleb Brown will be the defensive tackles, and Fred Veely, the sophomore, 5'11", 240, will be the other defensive end. Been impressed with the way that this defensive line has played this season.
I absolutely love watching this defensive line. On paper, they look maybe a little undersized compared to other Division I defensive lines, but, man, do they play with a nasty tenacity that I just see week in and week out. Fred Veely is one of my favorite players to watch because I'm not sure if He's just got something about him.
He's a crazy person.
Okay, I was going to go there. I didn't know if I could
person.
say that on air. But when he runs through that line, he lets you know that he is there, and he's there with a force.
The linebackers, DeMarcus Robinson, Seth Hampton will get the start there. You'll also see a lot of Tango McCauley, and Bishop Burkhalter has played quite a bit for a freshman this season as well. And your defensive backfield, Devon Martin, Linnell Cunningham the second. Devon Martin are cornered, Linnell Cunningham the second, and Cam Jamar are your safeties. B.J. Dilworth is your nickel, and Jermaine Ray Jr. is your other corner for the UNA Lions. Just a couple guys to mention for West Georgia. David Hogue is going to be one of the guys that carries the water for West Georgia. Defensive end, 6'3", 250 pounds, a force off that edge. And then also you've got a guy like Micah Thurman and Jay Carter, the inside linebackers for West Georgia. And your specialist for UNA, handling the field goals all season long has been Ian Vachon. Chandler Dixon has been handling the extra points. I imagine we'll still see him doing that. Adam Watford, the jacked punter.
Come on.
He has been handling punting duties all season. We mentioned it, 6 extra yards per punt so far this season. And your kick returners, Justin Luke and KJ Fields. And I would imagine you'll see Justin Luke as a punt returner today. Typically, it's Justin Pegues. B.J. Dilworth is listed as the number 2 punt returner, but the way that Justin has returned the ball so far this season, I'd be surprised not to see him get his chance.
Yeah, I think Justin Luke should be back there on punt return. You also got to remember Dilworth has been playing with some sort of a club on his hand, which may hinder him returning punts.
It'll be interesting to see who is the primary punt returner today, but my vote, and nobody asked for it, would be Justin Luke. I do want to make sure and mention our long snappers. So Nathan Curry snaps for punts. Braden Forscutt snaps for Ian Vachon's field goals. Adam Watford is the holder. Ty Watkins is the backup holder. So you ever see Ty out there, quarterback, you never know. Maybe some trickeration coming. Kick returners and punt returners for West Georgia. DeAndre Buchanan and Giovanni McGee are the kick returners, and DeAndre Buchanan, wearing number 93, will be handling the punt returns. The kicker for West Georgia is Tommy Holden, and the punter is Riley Mason. So those are your starters presented by North Alabama Online. Make your next move a home field advantage with Bank Independent's mortgage lending team. Local expertise, local decisions. That's how we win together. Learn more at bibank.com. Equal housing lender. Time for another timeout. When we come back, Chase and I will bring you the opening drive, led today by Chase Glover and brought to you by Singing River Brewery. We will also hear from Chase for our game day weather. Now, I won't make you go to the sideline. I'll let you stay up here and do that with me.
Thank you. You don't have to run down those steps.
I'm a generous co-host. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent.
Well, I think Fame and Muscle Shoals music is here because we're fiercely independent. And in the early days, it was hard because it was hard for banks to get their head around, we're going to give these hippies some money to go make music. We've been doing business with Bank Independent since the 70s, and to know that they've got our back, it means a lot, and it just kind of takes the stress off of doing business day to day. They've always been there, and it's always just been a phone call away.
Member FDIC.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012. The
Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show roars on now.
Take UNA Athletics wherever you go with the Varsity app. Watch all home athletic events on ESPN Plus and stay locked in to University Athletics digital streams with Roar Lions Productions. Jordan Campbell alongside Chase Glover filling in for Jacob Tucker, who is being honored for the 2010s era of UNA Lion football. Well deserved, along with the guys he played with and the guys that he would have played adjacent to during that era of UNA Lion football. It is time for the opening drive with Chase Glover, brought to you by Singing River Brewery. Chase, let's look at your keys to the game, starting with the UNA offense.
Look, I'm going to try my best to bring in Jacob Tucker here. You
Okay.
know, just give you my best Jacob Tucker impression. But, no, genuinely, I think for the offense for UNA, it is all about the run game. You set me up perfectly for it earlier. I don't really have to say too much here. You're third in the UAC, I believe it is, and 17th in the FCS with your rushing yards per game at 196.8. Put the ball in Juice's hands, get behind those hog mollies, and run the dang ball down the field. I remember getting in the huddle a couple times this year, and Coach Dearman's like, hey, Ben, or Coach Thomas, what do you think about throwing it down the field here? And he said, if you throw that ball, I swear. He just wants to run the ball. This offensive line wants to run the ball, and they want to impose their will on the offensive side.
Let's talk about the defense.
Yeah, I think we saw it earlier. Us against our opponents, we have 14 takeaways this season for UNA. And I think your biggest thing is if you can force turnovers, get your defense off the field. I think that's been one of the problems with the defense this year is that they don't have enough time to rest. If you get the ball back into your offense's hands, let them move down another drive. Even if they don't score all the time, it gives you that rest, allows you to get back on the field feeling good. So I think if you can cause turnovers against West Georgia and you can get the ball back in your own hands, you're going to be set up for success.
Let's talk about outside noise. What kinds of things could be distracting these guys from getting a W today?
Well, there's two numbers that are going to get in your way sometimes, and it's your record. 2-7 when you come into this game. What does it look like for you, UNA? Should we mail it in? Should we hand in the season? You shouldn't. It doesn't matter about the record. It matters about the game here today. It matters when you're on this field what you're going to do with the opportunity that you have. And so I think for UNA, you can get caught up in, West Georgia started with 5 wins, and they're 6-3 in their second season. Who cares about what West Georgia does? Focus on what you can do, not what anybody else does. You can only control yourself, not anything on their sideline. So let the records go. You're 0-0. Time to play ball.
That has been the opening drive with Chase Glover, brought to you by Singing River Brewery. Hey, fans, join Ben Ray, Mike Ezekiel, and UNA players and coaches for some good fun and great pizza every Monday from 7 to 8 at Lost Pizza Company here in Florence. If you can't make it, that's okay. Make sure you tune in on 93.9 The Score. You can listen on the totally free Varsity app and catch all of our digital streams via Roar Lions Productions. Bank Independent is proud to be a part of this Lions team on and off the field. Our customer scholarships help UNA students score big in the classroom and beyond. Learn more at bibank.com/scholarship. All right, Chase, it is time for our game day weather. Like I mentioned, I'm not going to make you go down there, but what do we expect from the weather in this one?
Now, I did have my running shoes on just in case, Jordan, but instead I'm going to sit right here and I'll tell you, it's going to be a beautiful day out here. The sun's going to be shining. There's a couple clouds out there, but nothing is going to cover Brawley Stadium in this one. 74 degrees at the time of kick. It's going to drop just a couple. And if you love football and you love this weather, it's a great day to get out because the freeze warning is about to start coming in starting tomorrow. It's going to be 40 degrees to start Monday. How about that? But today is going to be beautiful weather and beautiful fall football weather here in Florence, Alabama.
Down on the field in front of us, they've got that 2010s era UNA Lion team. Obviously, Jacob Tucker and a whole bunch of cats out there. Bobby Wallace is here.
Bobby Wallace is here. I actually saw him last night at the UNA basketball game when we honored Coach Gary Elliott in the court naming last night. So Bobby Wallace was there enjoying himself, got a picture with Coach Gary Elliott as well. And so he's back out here to celebrate these guys.
What do you think Bobby Wallace has meant to the community, more than just as a football coach, but obviously as a football coach as well?
I think since my time here at undergrad and also now working for North Alabama, I think you hear more stories about who Bobby Wallace was as a person more than he ever was as a football coach. Right. Everybody knows him as this famed coach for North Alabama, but, man, what he did to impact the people's lives, he was a shirt off the back kind of a guy for a lot of them. And so he's just been impactful to this community, and he's, as you can tell, he's just loving being down there on the field celebrating with these guys.
You know, Jacob Tucker always talks about how he was a true CEO head coach, right? Like, he coached his coaches harder than he coached his players, and then in turn his coaches coached the players hard as well. And just there's a reverence for a guy like Coach Wallace. Just what he was able to do. Obviously, 3 national championships doesn't hurt, but there's a reverence for that guy. And it's great. Like, Chris Willis is here, former UNA head coach himself. You can hear the pop that Bobby Wallace is about to get. And it's this right here, when I think of UNA football, this is the UNA football that I think of. Obviously, they had more success in the 90s. Coach Wallace was still there, but this is the group of guys that helped lay the pathway to what we are seeing now. And, man, it's been great to see these guys come back and be celebrated, no matter the era, whether it was the 40s and 50s or the 70s or the 90s or the early 2000s. I have loved what we've been able to do, recognizing and celebrating the football history here at UNA in the final season at Brawley.
Yeah, I don't think you get championships, you don't get playoff appearances, you don't get postseason accolades without setting the foundation that Bobby Wallace had set when he was here. It's a standard of excellence. It's a standard of accountability and responsibility to not only the players but his coaches, like you mentioned. I think that's why Jacob Tucker, I got to give my flowers to him. All I've ever heard about is Jacob Tucker and this famed quarterback that he was when he was here, just the grit that he had, the tenacity that he had, and also just the love of people that you have. When I walked in the first day, Jacob Tucker, a lot like Coach Bobby Wallace, met me with a handshake and a smile like I'd been his brother his whole life. So Jacob Tucker, I've just got to applaud him just being up here in the booth with us. It's been really cool to see these guys and then to know the history that Jacob Tucker walks around with every day.
The mayor of Football Town.
Isn't he?
As a mayor of Football Town. All right, it's time for us to take a timeout. When we return, you'll hear from the head coach, Brent Dearman, and we'll get you ready for the kick between the West Georgia Wolves and our UNA Lions. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
It's bow time. Fumble in the food on game day? Rookie move. But Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's bow time.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Benjamin Ray back with you here in St. George, Utah on the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show. UAC play continues with North Alabama on the road at Greater Zion Stadium taking on Utah Tech. Catching up now with North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. And Coach, here we are, long road trip out here to Utah, but let's back up to last weekend's game against Austin Peay over in Clarksville, Tennessee, and kind of a tale of two halves. And what's sort of been the message to the team when you look back at the first half compared to the second half?
I thought early in the ball game we couldn't find consistency, and we don't make excuses about it. But like we talked at the coaches show, that Austin Peay had that big crown on their field, and Destin never really got used to throwing from one hash to the field or throwing into the boundary. You really have to drive the ball kind of down. And you look up and it's 28-7. You know, you're hoping in a game like that where your QB's trying to get his feet underneath him, that your defense is making stops. But we weren't able to stop their quarterback. And then in the second half, I thought offensively we were able to find a rhythm and explode for some big gains. I mean, we had over 470 yards of offense is usually a good day, but you're just playing catch up the whole rest of the game. So really came in and challenged our both sides of the ball, challenged the defense staff that we got to get stops, challenged our offense that we've got to be explosive early. We got to stop waiting until the second half to be explosive. And then I thought they outplayed us in the kicking game as well. So, but we went after it this week, had 2 physical days, Tuesday and Wednesday, and I think our guys are ready to play.
You mentioned on the radio show that you mix it up with some ones-on-ones, and how much do you think that will help for quicker starts?
You know, Tuesday we played. We had 6 play drives, good on good. We call it our purple group is our ones, our gold group is our twos, and just put the ball down and played ball. Didn't really focus on Utah Tech as much as we did us. And I thought it created some energy at practice. We had a live tackling drill on Tuesday as well. We had too many missed tackles. I think our defense had 22 missed tackles on Saturday against Austin Peay. We created 3 missed tackles with our offensive players. So it was an emphasis both sides of the ball that we got to get better at either making guys miss or by tackling, getting the ball on the ground. A little bit of that is we had an experienced safety last year in Greg Reddick that a lot of people loved watching him play, that he didn't miss many tackles. When that ball was on the perimeter, he put it on the ground, and we don't have that right now. So we've got to get some safety play that can knock the ball down.
Circle back to Destin Wade, Coach, and he had the 9th most passing yards amongst any FCS quarterback last Saturday, and still just a young quarterback in terms of experience. But that second half especially, the deep ball was there, big plays from Noah Gregg. Do you feel like he took another step forward with that pass attack? We know how good his legs are.
I think so. In that second half, you look at him, and I have to remind myself, I mean, he's had 5 starts in his college career. Even though he's a redshirt junior, he hasn't played a lot of football. And getting in games like that and battling back, and I thought for the fact that we were 4 possessions down in that second half, and he brought us back to 2 possessions away on 2 different occasions. Showed a little grit, showed a little moxie to him, started playing with a little confidence a little bit more in that second half. So I think he took some steps that's going to help us down the road.
Let's look at this opponent today, Coach, Utah Tech. And first of all, long travel. And what do you talk about the team during the week to just prepare them mentally for this cross-country trek?
You know, it's as far as distance-wise, it's long, but once you board that plane, I think it's a 3-hour flight. I think back to the drive to Eastern Kentucky or the drive to Illinois State. Those trips are longer overall trips. The drive to UCA is a 6-hour, 5.5, 6-hour trip. So the bus trips end up being longer trips than this trip. So we're not going to make a big deal about the trip as much as it is probably we worried about the difference in that area of the country. But their elevation, our elevation is about the same. So the oxygen level is going to be about the same. Their humidity is lower than ours. It's going to be 80 in sunshine, so shouldn't be an issue with any of the travel or the game location.
Then today's opponent, Utah Tech, Coach, though they may be 1-7 and 0-4 in UAC play, they've played the second toughest schedule throughout some of the metrics out there. But what kind of team have you seen on game film?
They're a solid football team. You look at their schedule. UC Davis is a top 10 team. They were a 1-possession game. Northern Arizona is a top 25 team. They were a 1-possession game. They played Tarleton State, who's the top team in our conference, in a close game, and Tarleton ran away with it kind of in the fourth quarter there. They beat a solid Northern Iowa team who's usually a top 25 team every year. So this isn't the typical 1-7 team. Like I talk about our conference all the time. From top to bottom, our conference is a very, very tough conference that you got to bring it every single week. So we know we can't go out here and play a C-minus game. We got to go out here and play our A game. We've got to strike early. So that's been an emphasis this week is we've got to offensively, we got to get early points. We got to get early momentum to help our defense and let our defense then play with that momentum.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. Coach, the pregame message to this team as they get ready for this one, what's it going to take?
You got to play smart football. You know, every game that we have a lot of turnovers, we don't win. Last week we had 3 turnovers in that ball game. We got to take care of the ball better. We got to win the rushing battle. Any of our games that we outrush our opponents, we usually got a chance to win or win that football game. And then we got to win the first quarter. Right now we're starting slow. We can play faster when we start fast. So we just got to come out early and win the first quarter of this football game.
As always, Coach, we appreciate the time. Best of luck, and we'll talk to you at the end of this one.
Absolutely. Roll lines.
It's North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. We'll take a final timeout. When we come back to St. George, Utah, Brian Neese rejoins me, and we kick off this ball game from Greater Zion Stadium. It's North Alabama and Utah Tech, and it's coming up next. This is UNA Football on Roar Lines Productions.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlines.com for more information. Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics. Another exciting year of UNA Athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit roarlines.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
This is the bank.
Hello, Lion fans, and welcome in. West Georgia from Carrollton, Georgia, has made their way to Florence, Alabama. The 37th all-time meeting between the Wolves and the Lions, just the second meeting of the Division II era for both squads. UNA lost the toss. West Georgia won. They deferred to the second half, so UNA will be receiving. They are heading right to left on your radio dial. UNA wearing purple jerseys, white pants, purple helmets with the 2010s UNA logo on the side. West Georgia wearing red pants with a white and blue stripe down the side, white jerseys, blue numerals, a white helmet with a red stripe down the center of it. And we are underway here in Brawley. And Justin Luke calls for the fair catch. He will catch it 3 yards into the end zone and hit a knee. And we are underway here at Brawley Stadium. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. We appreciate Chase Glover for joining us for the pregame show. And we are not going to have Chase as our sideline reporter today, as he is being tabbed for doing ESPN Plus duties. He did ESPN Plus duties for basketball last night. So Destin Wade, quarterback 1, leads the Lions onto the field, working from the near hash right at the 25-yard line. Drew Lawson over the ball. There's a shift defensively up front for West Georgia before the snap. Man in motion from left to right. That's JD. It's a double reverse, and KJ back at the 2. And did they get him for a safety? No, they got him at the 2-yard line. 23-yard loss. First play of the ball game for the Lions. And that'll bring up second and the distance back to Carrollton, Georgia. Jacob, I'm trying to give you some time to catch your breath. I did those stairs earlier. Those stairs will humble you.
Yeah, they absolutely will. I appreciate you giving me a chance to catch my breath.
I'll give you more time.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Illegal forward pass. There were 2 forward passes on the play on the offense.
That penalty's declined. Second down.
So, penalty declined. Head referee for today's ball game is Drew Myers. And UNA will take this one. Second and 33. In the shadow of their own goalpost now. Wade takes the snap. Play action, dropping back. He's got a man, center of the field, too far into and out of the hands of the redshirt freshman Azariah Fletcher, the Hartselle, Alabama product. And that'll bring up 3rd and 36, rather.
Yeah, and Jordan, obviously not the way that you wanted to start the game. You tried to catch him off guard with a little reverse right there at the beginning. Obviously didn't work out. West Georgia had it read extremely well. Had an opportunity right there, just a little bit too far of a throw.
3rd and 36. Wade changing the play at the line. Offensive line getting reset. Wade claps his hands. Play action once again. Under pressure, stepping up. Shoelace tackle. Hogue.
Destin Wade is sacked by number 34, David Hogue.
And we're going to be calling David Hogue's name a lot. He did get out of the end zone, but just barely. So that'll bring up 4th and 36. Not the way you want to start the ball game offensively if you're the Lions. I want to go back to that double reverse there. What would have been the best option for Fields?
So right there, you know, on that double reverse, you hope to catch him off guard right there. Maybe an opportunity to just keep it instead of going for the reverse. But it was really just read extremely well by West Georgia.
Played it well the whole way. Watford's punt rolls across the 45 and will be downed at the 48-yard line. So a decent punt there by Adam Watford, just kind of a low screamer. And so West Georgia and Davin Widener will take over, working on the near hash mark, already in plus territory. Widener, 104 for 201 on the season. Almost 1,200 yards, just shy, 12 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. He's got 94 carries for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns as well. We talked about it on the pregame show, Jacob. This is a death by 1,000 cuts kind of offense, not meaning they're a West Coast offense, meaning they got a lot of guys that will touch the football in a lot of ways to hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you see them motion out to 5 wide right here.
Latrell Morrell, lone receiver on the near side, 3 receivers to the far side. They have a tight end on this side as well. Widener is going to get it into the hands of DeAndre Buchanan, who will haul it in at the 42, cross the 40, and the chains will move. Another set of downs for West Georgia.
Yeah, and so that's just your quick game. Just a quick pass right there, slant route, stick route to pick up first down.
Down to the UNA 37. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Morrell off the right hip of Widener. Claps his hands together. It goes to Morrell. He's going to find some room between the tackles. He'll pick up roughly 4.
Number 1, Latrell Morrell.
So that'll bring up 2nd and 6. Latrell Morrell coming into this ball game, 140 carries, 664 yards, and a touchdown. He's averaging 4.7 yards per touch, and that's almost what he got there.
Yeah, and that's a great play right there by West Georgia. You know, you're not trying to break the bank every run play. So good 3-4 yard carry.
2 receivers to the near side. It's going to be a run to the right. The entire offensive line shifted that way as soon as the ball was snapped. Morrell gets the touch, and he is going to have enough for the first down. Coming to the near side, brought down right at the 27-yard line of the Lions. So I'm telling you, man, offensive line play is poetry in motion when you've got a group of guys that step and move at the right time all together, and that's exactly what you saw.
Yeah, and you know, when you get to this level, the offensive line play is so important. If you can get those guys to mesh well, you can really have a great offense.
Twins either side of the line for West Georgia. Handoff once again to Morrell. Finds a lot of running room, brought down by Jamar. Beyond the 15, he's going to get down to the 14-yard line, and the chains move again. So West Georgia driving well early here in Brawley.
And that was just your simple inside zone with a read. So they left number 33, E.J. Colbert, unblocked, and they read him. And so they saw E.J. come out, try to attack the quarterback. They handed it to the running back. He just cut back right where that man was.
One receiver to the far side, 3 receivers to the near side. Back to Morrell, coming to the near sideline, and he'll be tripped up right at the original line of scrimmage. Credited with the tackle will be Trey Young, the redshirt freshman from Birmingham, Alabama, Winona High School product, a redshirt last year. In 2025, coming into this ball game, he had 12 tackles and 4 pass breakups, and that was his 13th tackle of the season.
Yeah, and at this point of the field, you got to go for that bend, don't break mentality. You just got to keep them out of the end zone.
4 down linemen for the Lions here. Widener dropping back, looking to the far side, trying to find the end zone. Almost a beautiful one-handed catch there by Owen Dupree, but he couldn't haul it in, and Jermaine Ray Jr., Brian Dilworth, the safety on the coverage.
Yeah, and that was a really great thrown ball by Widener right there. Placed it well. Receiver had an opportunity to make a play on it, but Dilworth was there to cause just enough chaos to force an incompletion.
So 3rd and 8, 1 receiver to the near side. That's Dupree. 3 receivers to the far side. They'll motion Jordan Dees, the favorite target, out, and Widener's going to be brought down for a sack in the backfield. Big Ox. Caleb Brown got back there, an interior defensive line sack, and he's flexing on him.
Yeah, and absolutely he should be. That's a big-time stop right there on 3rd down to force this field goal. The defense was put in a really tough spot just to start the game, gave up a couple long runs, but really fought back right there to force this field goal.
Tommy Holden on for the field goal attempt. Be kicking this one from his own 26. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is through. So even though the offensive series didn't start the way we wanted, the defense holds, and it's a win to only give up 3. 10-19 to go here in quarter number 1. West Georgia takes an early lead, 3-0. You're listening to UNA Lion football on the UNA Sports Network.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
10-19 to go here in quarter number 1 between UNA and West Georgia. The Wolves have a lead, and bend, don't break. That's what you mentioned there, Jacob. That's exactly what you got from the UNA defense. They allowed West Georgia to get down inside the red zone. They hold. You come away with a big sack. You only give up 3 points. That's a win for the Lion defense.
Absolutely it is, and obviously the first offensive possession did not go as planned. You know, when you have that trick play, that reverse lined up as the first play of the game, and it goes as bad as it did, you're really, trying to dig yourself out of that hole to start the game. Had to punt from back in your end zone. West Georgia's offense gets the ball at a really favorable field position, but the defense did a really good job of standing strong and forcing that field goal.
Simon Zeldin on to kick this one away. The freshman kicker from Kennesaw, Georgia.
To kick it away for the Wolves. Number 8, Justin Luke, and number 10, KJ Fields to receive for the Lions.
Zeden, my apologies. Justin Luke hauls this one in. at his own goal line. He's across the 10 and is hit at the 15. Couldn't find that crease, and credited with the tackle for West Georgia,
Number 13,
Sean Cummings.
Yeah, and you don't, starting the ball at the 15-yard line, when you have this opportunity now with the fair catch and catching it, kneeling it down to give yourself a pretty good start, you try to return it, try to show a little bit of guts right there, just not able to find a crease, find a seam to make anything happen.
I'll take the credit for that one. We heaped praise on Justin Luke in the pregame. Wade has Juice off his right hip, man in motion across the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a keeper for Destin. He's across the 20 and will be shoved forward right to the 25. They'll say a yard short at the 24. And so that'll bring up 2nd and 1.
Yeah, and it was just very athletic, gutsy play right there. Kind of broke up. West Georgia did a good job of wreaking some havoc in the backfield. Destin Wade just finds a way to get north and south for a really good gain to make it 2nd and short.
Caleb Heatherly split out way wide to the near side. Then he'll motion in. Now they'll send him back out. 2 receivers stacked on the far side. Juice off the right hip of Destin Wade. It's going to be a quarterback keeper all the way. Juice is the lead blocker. Did Destin get it? He's going to be right at it. Are they going to move the chains? Yes, they are. That's a 1st and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black and Soul.
Yeah, he just barely got past that first down marker, but lowered his head, got behind Juice Allen's block, and was able to push forward and reset these downs.
1st and 10. Working on the far hash, going right to left on your radio dial. 2 receivers to the far side, 3 to the near side. Destin by himself in the backfield. Takes the snap, dropping back, looking to the near side. Has a man, that's Fletcher. Did Fletcher haul that in? He did! At the 45. Nobody's around him. The closest guy is the umpire, and he's going to get in for 6. Touchdown, Lions!
Man, what a big-time throw and catch right there, especially the catch by Fletcher. Going up, making a play, and that's what I love. Destin Wade took a shot on that play. That's what we talk about week in and week out, Jordan, is give your receivers an opportunity to make a play. They are on scholarship as well. They've earned their spot on this team. Give them a chance to make a play. Destin Wade did just that, and then Fletcher comes around and makes a big-time play, big-time scoring play for the UNA Lions offense.
Azariah must have showed this coaching staff something in practice this week. That was their 2nd target to him, and that time he did his best Randy Moss impersonation. Chandler Dixon on for the extra point, and he bangs that one through. 8:48 to go in quarter number 1. UNA takes the lead back from West Georgia, 7-3. You're listening to UNA Lion football on the UNA Sports Network.
To keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are, stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page, get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
At CB&S Bank, tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues. Recognized by American Banker as the 16th best performing bank nationally and #1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today.
Big connection. Destin Wade to Azariah Fletcher. Coming into this ball game, he had 2 carries for 2 yards. Looks like he might have had 1 reception for 6 yards against Utah Tech last week. But right there, went up, bossed the receiver, and scampered into the end zone for 6. What a play there for the UNA Lions.
Yeah, great play by Fletcher. Fletcher's a guy local to the North Alabama area, played at Hartselle High School, and just a phenomenal play right there, and a big play. So you have that first drive, Jordan, and that first play goes really bad. I mean, when we think about it, that probably the only thing that would have made that play worse is if it would have ended up in a safety. So you're in a really, really bad spot. Your defense comes out, really shows some backbones, holds them to a field goal, and then you get your offense back out there. You're moving the ball, a couple runs, moving it a little bit, and then just a great throw by Destin Wade to give Fletcher a chance, and then Fletcher did the rest. Just a phenomenal play. Happy for that kid. That's gonna be a play he's gonna remember forever. And so big time play right here in the first quarter.
We were trying to figure out with Justin Pegues out who was going to be the starter, who's going to take up his targets, because he's the #1 target for no matter who the quarterback is. And Azariah Fletcher said, hey, there's an opening. Let me see if I can put my name in for it. And he did a great job there. Yeah. So Ian Vachon on to kick this one away. The returners for West Georgia are DeAndre Buchanan and Giovanni McGee. And it's going to be a little squibber, and will land out of bounds at the 20.
There's a penalty marker on the field.
Kick out of bounds. Number 34, the kicking team. The ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
So West Georgia will take over at their own 35.
Lion fans, did you know that in each home game you can visit the UNA bookstore?
Yeah, and obviously that's not what you want off of the tee. Of course, he was trying to pooch it, keep it short, keep it out of those return guys' hands. Just pushed it a little bit too far out of bounds. Which is going to give West Georgia the ball at 35-yard line, which is just another really great start for this West Georgia offense, who doesn't need much help. They're a pretty good offense, as you mentioned earlier. Death by 1,000 cuts. They got a lot of athletes out there that are really good at making plays, and so we don't need to give that offense any more help at this point.
Last season, David Widener against these same UNA Lions, 10 for 17 for 143 yards in that loss. Man in motion out of the backfield. That's going to be Lester. He's going to get the swing pass. He's across the 35, but won't make it to the 40. Hit hard at the 37. That'll be a 2-yard gain, and that'll bring up 2nd and 8.
And so I'm seeing a lot of nub formations from this West Georgia offense. And what I mean by nub formation is that the last man on that side of the ball is the tight end. So they've got 3 wide on one side and just a tight end on the other side. And you can see this right here with a tight end and wing over there. They do that to kind of spread everybody to one side of the field and hopefully get the run game backside.
Ball's on the turf. Widener picks it up, but he's going to be brought down for a sack by E.J. Colbert. So any positive yardage they got on the previous play is negated and then some. And my apologies, that was Buchanan who caught the swing pass, but Colbert, Johnny on the spot, almost had a chance to dive on that ball, but the fleet-footed Widener was able to hop down on it, and Colbert brought him down for the sack.
Yeah, it looked like there could have been just a little miscommunication right there between quarterback and skill guy. UNA's defense was there to make sure they took advantage of it.
So a big loss, 3rd and 21 for West Georgia, 7:30 to go. Morrell moves from the left hip to the right hip of Widener. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Buchanan, little drag across the line, about 2 yards deep, and he's hit hard by Dilworth at the 35, and that'll bring up 4th and 10.
Yeah, and Buchanan's a guy that they're going to try to get the ball to in a lot of different ways. We've already seen it so far this afternoon, and so right there they had him running a little shallow route. So what they want to do is they want to get him the ball out in space. He's a very small, fast, quick, shifty runner, and so they want to give him the ball in the space. Let him make some plays. And right there, UNA's defense did a really good job stopping him short.
Riley Mason on to boot this one away. And the fair catch called for by Luke. Did it touch him? It did, but he's able to fall on it and dive forward. So I think it landed on his foot, and nothing disastrous happened there.
Yeah, everybody had a little bit of a sigh of relief right there. It was a tough punt to kind of field, but he wanted to try to make a play on it, wasn't able to get his hands on it.
Media timeout, UNA holding on to a lead 7-3. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success. It takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information. Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown.
Today's game brought to you in part by United Community Bank, located on Tennessee Street in downtown Florence. United Community Bank, built on service, focused on you. 75 yards was the connection between Destin Wade and Azariah Fletcher just a few plays ago, which put UNA on the board, giving them the lead over West Georgia 7-3. 6:43 to go here in quarter number one, and the UNA defense has played well through two drives.
Absolutely, and you love to see that, and we've seen that this year. You know, we haven't seen it consistently, game in and game out, and even half by half, quarter by quarter, but we have seen this defense, show out like this before this season. And what we have to focus on, and the coaching staff has to focus on, is how do we maintain that consistency for 4 quarters today.
Two receivers to the near side, two to the far side for Wade. Juice moves from the right hip to the left hip, standing at their own 20. Wade drops back, looking to the near side. He's got Tanaka. Tanaka cannot get away from the first guy after sprinting forward for a couple extra yards. Being credited with the tackle was Joel Figueroa. And that's going to bring up 2nd and 4, so a gain of 6.
That's great. I love it. Just a pitch and a catch, quick out route, and picked up a couple of yards. Now you're looking at a good 2nd and short.
Rhythm, rhythm, rhythm. Wade moves Daniels from left to right. It's going to be a keeper for Wade. He's going to dive forward, pick up 3. And that'll bring up 3rd and 1. And if you're going to be in 3rd down, you want it to be short. That's where the Lions are.
Right, and I like that play call. You know, that's kind of a unique play call. You don't see that a whole lot. So you had the jet motion, from left to right. Destin Wade fakes that motion, and then he runs quarterback inside zone back to the left, or quarterback power back to the left, and really like that unique play call.
Heavy package. Fred Veely is the running back off the left hip of Destin Wade. Wonder where this one's going. It's going to be Wade with the keeper. He's not going to follow Fred. He's going to come to the near side, scamper across the 40, and move the chains. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down.
Man, a great run. Let's get that out of the way first. Great run, great 3rd down conversion right there. But Fred Veely was on a mission, and his mission was to hit the first white jersey he could see as hard as he can. And I love that kind of energy out there. He was super pumped after picking up that first down.
Not often we get to call a defensive end a gadget player, but that's what Fred Veely has been for the Lions at times this season. Wade dropping back, screen to the near side, and there should be a flag as it was intended for Noah Gregg. And before the ball got there, Kiari McGlure had his hands all over Gregg.
Oh, I like to get, and the referees are having a discussion about it. I like to give the referees a lot of grace. I know it's a tough job. I know they've got a better viewpoint than I do on the play, but, man, I think that's one we should have gotten.
When you miss it, you miss it.
Oh, man.
So that'll bring up 2nd and 10, 5:02 to go. Clock has stopped. 7-3 your score. UNA on top of West Georgia. Wade claps his hands together. Looking downfield, he's going to air this one out. Daniels has his man beat. Did he haul it in? Holy cow! Jalen Daniels, surf on him, young man, hauls it in at the 5. Obviously, that is a Tracy Black first and sold, first down, and a whole lot more.
Man, that is just a great play. And again, it's all we're seeing is Destin Wade giving his receivers chances. He's putting them in opportunities to make plays and have success, and the receivers are going out there doing it. Huge throwing catch right there from Wade to Daniels.
Daniels, listed as a running back, 5'9", 180, showing off his speed from the receiver spot there. Wade with the keeper, Wade in for 6, touchdown Lions!
Man, you're just seeing more and more confidence from this young man week in and week out. Destin Wade proving that he is a dual threat player, being able to throw it extremely well and also run it just the same.
One thing I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot from UNA this season to this point has been a lot of big chunk plays. Through a couple offensive series already, you've seen some big chunk plays, and that confidence, move the ball down the field. And if you ask me, Jacob, as Dixon is on to attempt the extra point, that entire touchdown was sprung by the quick little pass out to Naka to start that drive.
Quick little pass. It looks like we're going to have a running into the kicker or roughing the kicker on that extra point. But, yeah, like you said, just creating that rhythm, right? Short, quick, pitch and catch, completion, moving the ball forward, getting to the sticks. Fred Veely coming in, providing some help on that third down conversion, and then Destin Wade giving his receiver an opportunity to make a play and then making that play.
Another thing that we've talked about with this UNA team at times this season has been the discussion around their inability, it would seem sometimes, to get over things that don't go their way. We have seen at other times this season where that missed call on the screen out to Greg may have derailed a drive. Maybe those guys can't get out of their heads, but they had that quarterback's mentality. Hey, didn't go our way, drop it. We'll look at it in film. Let's get to the next one. And they were able to get in for 6. What a great start to the ball game for UNA. Even after the big negative play to start the game, they've come back in this offense has rebounded.
Yeah, and obviously we saw a completely different team against Eastern Kentucky than we had seen previously in the season. Then we see a completely different team from that last week against Utah Tech, and then now we're coming out and we're seeing that team that we saw back when we played Eastern Kentucky. And so this is something we've said week in, week out, Jordan, is the players are there, the talent is there, the scheme is there. They just have to find that vein of consistency. And like you said, they're a very go with the flow, ebb and flow type team. When things get bad, they get down. When things get high, they get really excited.
Vashon, another squibber. This one will be hauled in at the 30 by West Georgia. That was Jordan Dees, and he'll be brought down at the 5, so a 5-yard return. And the defense will make their way back onto the field for UNA as Davin Widener and the offense will do the same for West Georgia.
Yeah, and you can tell they don't want to get that ball back there to those returners, those two dangerous return men that West Georgia has. They're going to be focusing on these pooch kicks and just they would live with the ball being at the 35, 36-yard line rather than give those guys an opportunity to take one to the house.
Give them 65 yards to pay dirt. That's fine. 4:14 to go here in the first quarter. Man in motion out of the backfield. That's Morrell. 3 receivers to the near side for West Georgia. Widener standing all alone in the shadow of the press box between the 20 and the 40 and into the hands of Buchanan. And he will be brought down quickly on the play. And in on the tackle, Avery Howard.
And that's something that we've preached to our guys this year. If you catch it on the outside, don't go back inside. That's where the big, mean, ugly guys are. So don't catch it and go back inside, and that's what Buchanan did right there and found out the hard way.
Lance Bassett on the tackle as well. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. It's going to be play action. Widener out of his hands quickly and into the hands of his intended target, Bryce Dickerson, the tight end. And that is going to get them to 3rd and 1. A gain of 6. Linnell Cunningham, the second, credited with the tackle for North Alabama. So another 3rd down situation here. Tango McCauley makes his way onto the field as Cam Jamar will have a breather.
Yeah, another big 3rd down right here. If they can get a stop and force another punt and give the ball back to this electrifying offense that we've seen so far in this first quarter.
A lot of Lions on the line of scrimmage. 2 H-backs on the near side for West Georgia. Hand off to Morrell. There's a hole. He's got it. He's across the 50. He's across the 40. And ain't nobody going to catch him. That's going to be a touchdown to West Georgia as Morrell didn't get a finger laid on him. What great blocking there by the big fellas inside for West Georgia.
Yeah, and so you mentioned all the guys that were on the line of scrimmage right there, and so you do that, and it's a high-risk situation because you're trying to get – in those short yardage situations, you're trying to get every gap accounted for. You're trying to make sure you've got those guys, 5-6 guys spread across the offensive line, or spread across the defensive line, and you're trying to have them shoot gaps and just clog up gaps and make it really tough for them to convert. But the problem with that is one guy gets a good block, it springs it open.
Number 83, Tommy Holden's point after
Holden's extra point attempt is good for West Georgia. 14-10, 2:54 to go. Feels a lot like the Gulf South Conference here today, Jacob.
It absolutely does. And, I was fortunate, and I appreciate you and Chase allowing me to go down there and hang out with some of the guys from the era that I played, the 2011 into the present, that played a lot of GSC games, a lot of games against West Georgia. We never personally lost against West Georgia at Bradley Stadium, and so we're hoping that streak continues tonight.
It's been 7 consecutive wins for the Lions here at Brawley. How heated was that rivalry between West Georgia and UNA from a player's perspective?
It was pretty big, and at some point throughout the years, so through a summer program through both universities, some of the UNA athletes and West Georgia athletes would spend about a month together down in Florida and building relationships and becoming friends. But sometimes that friendship ignites the fire to the rivalry even more because now I know this guy personally and I want to make sure that we beat them today because I want bragging rights, right? I don't want to hear it from this guy for another 365 days.
Simon Ziden on to kick this one away. Justin Luke standing by himself in the end zone. Would you say West Georgia was the most looked forward to rival when you were a player?
I would say early career it was West Alabama. Late career it had been West Georgia.
West Georgia. Always for some reason as a student, always hated the Georgia schools. Not West Georgia as much. Or excuse me. Not necessarily just the Georgia schools. I think Delta State was a Mississippi school.
Yep.
Hated them. And Valdosta State.
Yep.
Hated Valdosta State. I don't know what it was. They never did anything to me personally.
Now there was, and this was a little bit before my time, and of course Will Hall is a UNA Lion legend, Harlan Hill Trophy winner here. There's a story that somebody who was there would be better off telling it, but something about a guy in Valdosta dressed in a monkey suit chasing Will Hall. It's a very interesting story.
I have to hear from that one. Lions begin this offensive series at their own 25. It's going to be the first touch of the ball game for Juice Allen, and he's going to pick up a good chunk of yardage there.
Yeah, and we've seen some great plays made by this UNA offense from Destin Wade to J.D. Daniels to Fletcher, but let's not forget who the workhorse is. Right, Juice is the guy. He's the guy that keeps this offense moving forward.
Figueroa credited with the tackle, a gain of 7 for Juice there, 2nd and 3. 2:23 to go here. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Keeper for Wade all the way, and he's not going to get much there. So he's going to be hit outside the tackles, but not in front of the line of scrimmage. Credit Jeffrey Spate, the newcomer from McDonough, Georgia, with the tackle there. Played at VMI previously.
Yeah, offensive lineman Noah Boltikoff just couldn't keep the hook on that defender. I would love to have seen Destin kind of stick his foot in the ground, read the butt of that offensive lineman, and cut up.
That was a 55-yard touchdown run for Latrell Morrell in West Georgia a few plays ago. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Wade scanning the line of scrimmage. 4 West Georgia Wolves on their feet. Wade with a smart play under pressure, just getting it out of there. And the pressure being put on by Robert Johnson and Mason Huntley.
And they're going to check right here. They're having a conversation about intentional grounding or not.
Pressure from number 8.
Because it didn't make it across the line of scrimmage. He was still in the pocket, but since he was hit, they're not going to throw that flag. They're not going to toss that flag for disregard.
That penalty's lost it down at the spot of the foul. It'll be 4th down.
Oh,
So
they did call it.
Wow.
They did call
Late flag. So that's going to bring up 4th and 5 and the punting unit on the field. DeAndre Buchanan wearing number 93 for punt returns on the field. As the other number 4, Keiri McGlure, the cornerback,
Number 4 is wearing number 93 for West Georgia.
is a gunner. And Watford puts his boot into this one. Buchanan will haul in the fair catch at his own 34. Check that, 33. 1:25 to go here in quarter number 1. UNA leading West Georgia 14-10. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker, Noah Sullivan producing this thing back behind us, and it's a great day to be a UNA Lion. Join us for UNA football night at Lost Pizza Shoals. Hear from members of the coaching staff and players as they take you inside the UNA football program. If you can't join us live, that's okay. You can catch every episode right here on the Varsity app and all UNA Athletics social media platforms. 1st and 10 from their own 33. Dees waving his hands over there. Nobody's on him. And eventually the defense shifts over as Trey Young noticed him. And it's going to be a handoff here to the backup running back, T.J. Lester. And he'll be hitting the backfield for a loss of 1. 2nd and 11.
Yeah, that's a great defensive play right there. That was what you call it a read counter, or you can call it counter, you can call it GT, whatever your vernacular is. But the backside guard and tackle pulled from left to right. Quarterback's reading the defensive end. If the defensive end follows, he hands it to the sweep. We just did a really good job of boxing that sweep in.
Lester motions out of the backfield. Widener. He's going to be flushed out of the pocket, rolling to the near side, and completes the pass to Owen Dupree. And somehow Dilworth had fallen down, was on his knees, but he got up and laid a lick on Dupree, but he was able to hang on through the contact. That's going to bring up 3rd and 3, so they didn't gain enough to move the chains.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was just a great catch by Dupree right there. He's a big target, listed at 6'5", 197. He had just shy of 100 yards last week against UCA, having 6 catches for 99 and 2 touchdowns.
Formerly of Mercer. Lester motions out of the backfield again. And they find Buchanan on the near side. They've got enough for the first down, but he won't get to the 50. As the chains will move.
Oh, and that was a great tackle right there by number 21, Lionel Cunningham. But then you saw Fred Veely with the same kind of ferociousness as he had when he was lead blocking, trying to clean up that tackle.
At the end of 1, UNA leads West Georgia 14-10. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Hey, all is back, and so is Pick 6, starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for 2, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasonings, spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers, and hand-smashed double-stacked all-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra, not valid with other discounts or offers.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
14-10 at the end of one. In-game stats brought to you by Club Tails, the original cocktail in a can. 10 carries for 10 yards for UNA. A little different than what we're used to seeing, but through the air they've got 125 yards. 3 for 5 for Destin Wade for 125. And obviously Wade has done his job keeping it on the ground as well. Defensively, really enjoyed what I've seen so far from the Lions. I think the second first down they've given up on this drive. This Lion defense has played well.
No, they have, and like you said, it's against a good West Georgia offense. Really pleased with the pass game. That's something that's kind of been inconsistent all year long, which we've had a kind of a shuffle of quarterbacks, and one will have a good week, and then the next one will come in and have a good week or a bad week, and it's just and the last couple of weeks we've seen Destin Wade kind of settle in, become the leader of this offense, grow in the confidence space, and right now he's doing a great job of just giving these receivers a chance, and I love to see it. I love to see the receivers capitalizing and what we used to say, earning their scholarship kind of thing, making these tough catches and tough runs after catches. So just a really, really great side of this UNA offense that we got to see in this first quarter.
Latrell Morrell, 5 carries, 79 yards, and a touchdown. Take away the big play, 55 yards. He's got 4 carries for 22 yards and no touchdown. But you can't take away what has already happened. 2 receivers to the near side. We've switched directions now. West Georgia going right to left. Widener dropping back under pressure, flushed out of the pocket, hands on his back as he tosses it incomplete. And Avery Howard with the pressure. Widener gets up. He's upset. He thought he was hitting the helmet. And the official taps him on the helmet and says, hey, get back in there, call the play, buddy. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and I like that call. I do think that rule is in there for a good reason, to protect players, as we can see it on the replay right there. I think it is in there for a reason, but we don't need to abuse it. So I liked the referee keeping that in his pocket, not just because, we're Lions fans, but because of the sake of the game.
Yeah, it's the right call. Widener under pressure after the snap very quickly. He's going to have to tuck it, come to the near side. He'll slide down just shy of the 50. And that'll get him back between the sticks, but it's going to bring up 3rd and 9.
Yeah, and this is going to be another big play right here for both teams, honestly. West Georgia has to find a way to kind of extend some of these drives where UNA's been playing extremely well, especially on 3rd down. We'd love to see them close it out right here.
Big Ox comes to the sideline holding his ankle. He kind of rolled to the sideline, but he's going to be okay, walking it off down there. 3rd and 9. Pass rush specialist into the ball game. Jamari Payne and Avery Howard on the ends. Shot out of a cannon. Widener takes the snap, dropping back under pressure again. And he's tripped up by his own offensive lineman. I don't care who did it. He's going to be brought down for a sack on the play.
Yeah, and that's caused, yes, he tripped on his own offensive line, but that was caused by that pass rush by UNA, and just a great job getting to the quarterback, forcing him to move around and get uncomfortable in the backfield, moving around, gets tripped up, slips, and this UNA defense forces another 4th down with the punt team out there.
So Azariah Fletcher on to return the punch, Riley Mason on to do the punting for West Georgia. 4th and 13. High tumbling punt. It will hit at the 25 and take a West Georgia bounce down beyond the 15, still going down at the 10. That's going to take us to a timeout. 13-17 to go in the first half. UNA with a 14-10 lead, but the Lion offense will be taking the field when we return. UNA and West Georgia knotted up in a good one here at Brawley.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012. Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com.
(14-10). UNA on top of West Georgia. Welcome back in here to Brawley Stadium, the final season here at Brawley Stadium. I believe Mike Ezekiel in his press release called it the penultimate game between UNA and West Georgia here at Brawley.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, and I know we've talked about this all season long, but a lot of great memories for players, athletes, coaches, fans, the community here at Brawley Stadium. And so it is going to be bittersweet to watch it go at the end, come the end of the season. But man, I think everybody's looking forward to this new stadium.
Bank Independent Stadium, the home of the Lions, starting in 2026. Two receivers to the far side, three to the near side. Daniels in motion. It's going to be a keeper for Wade coming to the near side. He's across the 20, brought down right at the 25. That's going to move the sticks. That's a first and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black.
Yeah, that's just showing the athletic ability, the dual threat ability of Destin Wade, being able to move around, scramble, design run plays, however, and move those chains.
Daniels sprints out of the backfield to the far side. Four receivers there now. Wade takes the snap. He's going to toss this one up to JD. JD in a battle.
Yeah, there we go.
And a couple flags come in as they're going to get Jalen Burton for pass interference. If you got a guy that runs 22-plus miles an hour, listen to these athletic stats for Jalen Daniels. 22-plus miles per hour, squats 600 pounds, benches 315. That's just an athlete. If he's faster than the guy across from him, hit go and toss him up. We've seen it a couple times already.
Absolutely, and the West Georgia defender did what he could there. He tried to kind of, as he was running by him, trying to bump or guide him out of bounds, but just a little bit too much. The referees did a good job catching that, throwing the flag, and UNA continues to move down the field.
That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down. Destin takes the snap under pressure, hit from the backside, and he'll be brought down for a sack. Micah Thurman, the senior linebacker from Warner Robins, Georgia, 55 tackles on the season, 1 tackle for loss coming into this ball game.
Second down.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a delayed blitz right there. Really disguised it well. You hope that Wade's able to see that and be able to throw a hot route behind it, because the offensive line, the pass protection was shifted to the right, as we see a quad set.
4 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Jalen Daniels in motion. It's going to be play action. They're going to get it into the hands of KJ Fields. Makes a couple men miss, still on his feet, and eventually will be brought down after a gain of 1. And that'll bring up 3rd and 19.
Yeah, a little shift right there, pre-snap to get him out there to that quad set, hoping to catch West Georgia. with a lack of communication, West Georgia did a really good job of getting over there, getting the right amount of guys over there. And I love that little quad set from time to time. We used to start, in my senior year in 2016, we started every game with some form of quad set play to start the game.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Destin looking to the near side, into the hands of KJ Fields, and complete. He will haul it in across the 40, up to the 43, and that's going to get the Lions between the sticks once again, but that will bring on the punting unit.
Yeah, that was a good throw, long throw right there. You hope to keep him in bounds, keep the receiver in bounds so that he can try to make a play and get the first down. But it was a good throw and catch. But you do have to punt it away right here.
Devon Buchanan wearing number 93 on to return this punt. Adam Watford standing at his own 30. Ball inside the hash, obviously Watford outside of it. Takes the snap and boots it away. Line drive. Hits at the 5 and out of bounds. What a punt for Adam Watford. What, did he pull out the wedge there?
He pulled out a little wedge action right there. That's just a great punt. Watford's been so good all season long of being able to pin teams deep.
Time for us to take a timeout. 14-10 your score. The Lions on top here at Brawley.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Florence Utilities offers several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select Utilities to register for an account, or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
Adam Watford pulls out the wedge because he took that one 52 yards and out of bounds at the 5. That'd be a half swing 56 degree for me.
That'd probably be what I would blade, a 6, something like that would probably happen. It went right, which is really on par with my golf swing.
I feel like you and I could be the same.
Yeah,
golfer.
no, we could probably run an electric golf cart out of gas.
I think so. UNA ahead 14-10, and Destin Wade in the tent. They were looking at his left ankle.
Yeah, kind of took an awkward roll on that sack that he took. Hopefully it's just a precautionary, maybe putting some extra tape on it just to add support.
A shift of the H-backs on the line from the right to the left side for West Georgia. Heading right to left on your radio dial. Standing at their own 5. Widener with his heels in his own end zone. They're going to hand this one off to Latrell Morrell. He's going to try and go between the tackles. And he's met by the purple swarm. Nothing doing. They're going to say maybe a gain of a half-yard, second and 9.
Good job plugging up those gaps right there. West Georgia tried to do a little split zone action right there with a seal on the front side. But really kudos to that defensive line for demanding some double teams, freeing up those backers to make some plays.
Good to see Caleb Brown back in there. He and Jaheim Ingram, the big fellas inside for UNA. They're going to get a push. Widener going to get it out quickly into the hands of Bryce Dickerson. He's across the 10, across the 15, across the 20, and that's going to move the sticks. Brought down at the 21-yard line as they'll have a new set of downs, will West Georgia.
And so we saw the same type of post-snap motion on that play as we saw the play before. So the tight end play before came from left to right and kicked out the defensive end. That time he went from left to right. He olayed the defensive end right out into the flats, and Widener did a really good job of just getting the ball out to him quick, letting the playmaker make the play.
Ball at the 22, working from the far hash. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. And it will be Lester with the touch. Makes a man miss, won't make the second man miss, as DeMarcus Robinson, the first man to get him around the ankles. Lester comes from a football family. His father, Tim, an 8-year NFL veteran, playing for the Rams, Steelers, and the Cowboys. So he knows this game, and there he began to know DeMarcus Robinson.
Yeah, and just, great job right there. This UNA defensive front doing a great job of cornering those guys up, making sure they're not allowed to get out in space and make plays.
Lester in motion out of the backfield. Low snap to Widener. He's got to make something happen. Squirts through the line, still going across the 30, across the 35, across the 40. Spun around with hands on him at the 45 and brought down shy of the 50 as Linnell Cunningham II credited with the tackle. There's a UNA Lion down at the 35-yard line. Josh Penny will go out to check on him. But a busted play off of a low snap ends up good if you're a West Georgia fan. And that's Jaheim Ingram, who is making his way to the sideline, the local product from Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
Yeah, that was just a good play by Widener of making something out of nothing, and he made a whole lot out of nothing. Widener is elusive, can make some things happen in the run game with his legs. He does have the most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback in conference play this year.
Looking at Jaheim on the sideline, looks to be something with his eye. Not sure if he wears contacts or not. Widener looking to the near side, airing it out to Jordan Dees. It is hauled in across the 50, and he will be hit and ran backwards by Trey Young. But it will give them
stop by number 20, Anthony Young.
A 7-yard gain.
Second down.
Now to bring up 2nd and 3.
Yeah, that's a play that you hope Trey Young's able to. Because of such a long throw from one side of the field to the other, you're hoping that he's able to get in there and punch it out. Wasn't able to, but he was able to secure the tackle short of the sticks.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Lester off the left hip of Widener, man in motion, and it's going to be a keeper for Widener coming to the near side. Tight end as a blocker. Ball's on the turf. UNA picks it up. Cam Jamar taking it the other way. That's UNA Lion football.
That's such a big play right there. That's such a big play. West Georgia was starting to get a little momentum as we see a little scuffle. Couple of West Georgia guys kind of got caught in the traffic.
As one of the West Georgia receivers, that's Jordan Dees, is being pushed out of there. He's going to push a UNA Lion in the face. They're not going to throw a flag, but that was Linnell Cunningham who knocked that thing loose as Cam Jamar picked it up and scurried the other way.
And again, that's such a big play right there because West Georgia was starting to find a little rhythm, a couple of good scampers by the quarterback, a couple of good completions, and to be able to force that turnover was just huge. As we see, looks like a little quarterback change right here.
John Austin Wood in there as Wade is still in the tent. They're going to give it to Juice. UNA not going to find any running room there. West Georgia knowing that it's a backup quarterback in. They're probably going to try and keep it on the ground, and seem to be about 5 Wolves hitting Juice Allen at once.
Yeah, and John Austin Wood only attempting 5 passes all year long. West Georgia is probably going to be really keying on this run game right now between him and Juice.
Both Tab Scott and Patu have their helmets on the near sideline. It's going to be a pitch out to Juice Allen. He's going to get to the 50. Last play was a loss of 3. This is going to be a gain of 3. And that'll bring up 3rd and 10. Festus Davies with the tackle.
So this is going to be interesting to see. This is not typically the spot that we see John Austin Wood play in. So it's going to be interesting to see what the call is right here on this 3rd and long.
The freshman from Fulton, Mississippi, 6'4", 200 pounds, getting some big-time snaps, and he will be hit and brought down for a sack. And we talked about David Hogue in the pregame, probably the most productive defensive player that UNA has faced since David Walker from Central Arkansas last year. And that is going to be his 7th sack of the season, Jacob.
Yeah, definitely a disruptor back there in the backfield. And John Austin Wood not having a ton of reps in the pass game. West Georgia's doing a really good job of scheming that up, bringing a lot of pressure, and making John Austin Wood uncomfortable.
So Watford on to boot this one away, standing at his own 28. And they came after him. He got hit after he punted it. There's a flag. And Noah Gregg waiting for this thing to stop. And it won't be Gregg that downs it. It'll be Luke that downs it at the 7. But is that going to be running into the punter?
That's going to be a great question. Nope.
Roughing. So UNA retains possession. The chains move. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down. And a gaff by West Georgia.
Yeah, that's huge. Huge right there. And those are the type of things that we've seen from UNA this year when they're at their worst, right? Little penalties like that, that are extending drives for opposing teams. And so it's really nice to see that happen in our favor. And so not to jinx them, and I hope that I don't, but seen some really good, clean football played from this UNA offense, this UNA team as a whole this first half.
Deflated West Georgia defense takes the field. UNA with a new set of downs in West Georgia territory. They're going to hand it off to Juice Allen. He makes himself skinny getting through the line, bursting forward. That's going to be a gain of 7. That'll bring up 2nd and 3. So that roughing the kicker, giving UNA new life here. Destin Wade still in the tent. Tabscott and Patu both with their helmets on the sideline, waiting for their number to be called. They're going to hand it to Juice again, looking for room around the left side, still diving forward. That's going to move the chains down beyond the West Georgia 30, down to the 29. That's a first and sold first down, brought to you by Tracy Black.
And I can't express how beneficial this is going to be if they're able to move the ball with John Austin Wood in at quarterback in this run game between him and Juice Allen. If they can continue moving the ball down the field, get some points on the board, you're controlling the clock and taking the ball out of West Georgia's hands.
Ben Thomas's offensive line, they want to dominate down there. They're going to hand it to Juice again. Spins off a would-be tackler, David Hogue, gets him with his hands after the spin off of C.J. Favors.
Gain of about a yard. 2nd down.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9. In West Georgia territory are the Lions working almost dead center of the field.
And I would love to see something right here. Maybe a little play action rollout with John Austin Wood. Give him the flood route. Give him a flat and a 10-yard cutout and see what he can do.
The two-sport collegiate athlete going to hand this one off to Juice again, looking for room coming to the near side. Not going to have a whole lot. In on the tackle for West Georgia is Micah Thurman.
And so this is not the place you want to be in right now with this 3rd and long, and you've got a quarterback, again, that's just inexperienced in game reps in the pass game, especially deeper pass routes. So you want to keep moving the ball forward and staying in front of those sticks.
Heatherly. We've got 2 running backs. Heatherly in as a fullback of sorts off the left hip of Wood. And now they're going to switch. Heatherly's going to go to the H-back on the right side of the line. Juice off the left hip of John Austin Wood. Play action pass. He's going to get it out to Heatherly. He's going to be hit and driven back by the first man there. Never hit the turf, but credited with the tackle, Kiari McGlure. And that's going to bring on Ian Vachon and the field goal unit.
And I like that. I obviously would have liked it more if we were able to convert and get the first down. But I like John Austin Wood getting that first completion in the back pocket. Nice little throw out there to Heatherly, and Heatherly's a big body. That guy's tough to bring down. So it's going to take a couple of West Georgia Wolves to get him to the ground.
Vachon on for the field goal attempt. Snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up. Still sailing. dead through the uprights. Put 3 more on the board for the good guys. 17-10. 2:21 to go before the half. You're listening to UNA Lion football on the UNA Sports Network.
Recently recognized by the American Heart Association.
Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Join us at Singing River Brewery, your local hub for great beer and community fun. Ready to serve delicious drinks and host amazing events? Try our Golden Manor Leo's Roar, and 50% goes to UNA Athletics. Support your local business and college community while enjoying a fantastic atmosphere. Don't miss out on the good times. Come sip, socialize, and savor the taste of Singing River Brewery.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information.
43-yard field goal for Ian Vachon. That's a 9-play, 26-yard drive taking up 5 minutes. And that's the good news. The bad news, Destin Wade has been carted off the field. He had a boot on his left leg. That's the same ankle they were looking at prior to this offensive series starting. So it appears his day is done.
Yeah, that's a big loss to this UNA offense and UNA team as a whole. Destin Wade over the last handful of weeks has really emerged as a leader on this team, and he's like we said, he's really grown in confidence the last couple of weeks and seen a couple of great throws and great runs out of him in this first half to give this Lions team a 7-point lead right here as we near the end of the first half.
So it'll be interesting to see if John Austin Wood continues being the quarterback or if they go with a more experienced guy like Tab Scott or Patu. We've also got Ty Watkins, the Austin P transfer. John Austin Wood is the freshman. I believe originally was committed to TCU to play baseball, and UNA gave him the opportunity to play football and baseball here. Highly ranked catching prospect.
Yeah, you know, I had to believe that the new stadium build had a little something to do with that. Not only is he getting a new football field, but he's getting a new baseball field as well.
Be nice to hit a home run onto the same place you do an 85-yard touchdown.
Man.
And Vachon's going to put this one into the end zone for a touchback.
Vachon's kick lands in the end zone.
Which, you know, we've seen a couple squib kicks here. If Vachon's got that kind of leg, just let him go for the touchback every time. Even Vachon runs all the way down to the end zone there to celebrate.
Yeah, and so what they saw right there, they saw the return guys start to creep up a little bit. If they can get them creeped up enough, they can go and try to field those short pooch kicks. Vachon and special teams coach both noticed that and said, you know what, just boot it over their heads, and boot it he did.
Our broadcast booth is next to the coaches, so we can hear them next to us getting excited. Can't hear what they're saying, but know they're excited about something. Widener in the West Georgia offense fumbled the ball last time they had it. E.J. Colbert sends Latrell Morrell on one of those rides that you get on at the carnival. A whoop-de-doo. Flung him up, brought him down. Loss on the play, 2:05 to go. Loss of 3 rather. And that's going to take us to the 2-minute timeout.
And that was just a great job right there. Shooting the backside gap. Looks like West Georgia had some numbers on the counter play, but Colbert had different plans.
1:58 to go in the first half. UNA with a 7-point advantage over West Georgia. You're listening to UNA Lion football on the UNA Sports Network.
Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success. It takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Hilton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
17-10, George Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker, UNA with a lead over West Georgia. A minute 58 seconds to go before we go to the break. The good news is UNA has a lead. The tough news is that Destin Wade has been carted off with a boot on his left ankle. Looks as if his day is done. John Austin Wood got the majority of, got all the snaps on that last offensive series. It ended up with 3 points off the right foot of Ian Vachon from 43 yards out. And so we'll be interesting to see if it is John Austin Wood the rest of the game. Do you go back to Ari? Do you look at DC? What do they do there? But we don't care about that right now.
Right, yeah, and I think it all depends on how this offense moves with John Austin Wood in there. Obviously, it's going to be heavily centered around the run game, him and Juice Allen. And so if it's moving well, I like controlling the clock with the run game.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Widener. He's going to hand this one off to Morrell. Big hole. He won't get past DeMarcus Robinson.
Number 1, Latrell Morrell.
And he's going to pick up
down by number 5, DeMarcus Robinson for the Lions.
6 or 7 on that carry. And that will bring up 3rd and 6.
Yeah, great open field solo tackle right there by Robinson. There was a lot of green grass or green turf in front of him. Good job wrapping up. That's another thing that we've seen be an Achilles heel to this UNA team this year is missed tackles in the open field. So great job right there bringing him down.
Morrell has home run speed. We've already seen it once today. Clock running, 125. They're going to run the play clock down, snapping it at 6 seconds. Getting it to the near side, trying to find D's, incomplete. As on the coverage for UNA was Devon Martin, and that's going to bring up 4th down and the punting unit.
Yeah, and that was just great coverage right there. Made it a tough throw and catch. Incomplete. Great job forcing it to another 4th down. This UNA defense is just playing extremely well in this first half. What we need to see is we need to see that carry over into the second half as well.
Riley Mason on to boot this one away. Azariah Fletcher in for the injured Justin Pegues. No Justin Pegues or Christian Burkhalter for the Lions today. Little rugby style kick. I thought Mason may just continue to try and run with it all the way to the first down marker, but eventually punts it at the last second, and Fletcher will haul it in at his own 30. So UNA is going to have a minute and 9 seconds to see what they can do. They still have all 3 timeouts, as do West Georgia.
Yeah, it looks like John Austin Wood in there in the huddle as he breaks it and runs out on the field. It's going to be interesting to see what this 2-minute offense looks like with John Austin Wood. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see, let's run it a couple times, try to get to the halftime, and then we can go in and reevaluate, strategize, and see what we're going to come out with in the second half.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Heatherly at an H-back position on the right side of the line. Juice off the left hip of Wood. Wood rolling to the near side, getting it out of his hands and into the hands of Noah Gregg, short of the first down marker, but young fella to young fella.
Yeah.
Good little gain there.
That was a strike right there by Wood. I mean, that looked very baseball player-esque. You could absolutely tell he was a baseball player right there. Looks like he had just caught a ground ball at shortstop, was kind of turning those hips to get it flipped over to first base.
2nd and 1, so a gain of 9 on the connection from Wood to Gregg. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Wood with a fake little toss. He's going to keep it himself. Has the first down. Following Raekwon Goldthwait across the 50. That'll move the chains. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down.
That's a great run right there. Looks like we've got a couple of guys down, one on either team.
Looks like Joel Figueroa for West Georgia.
Also an injured Lion.
And it looks like one of the big fellas for UNA. I can't get a number on it. Josh Penny over him, checking on him. Is that Goldthwait? Believe it is. He was the lead blocker there for John Austin Wood. Those guys sitting about 1.5 yards apart on the turf. Goldthwait on his back, Figueroa on his left hip. Looks like maybe a right leg for Figueroa, and no indication for Goldthwait. It's Penny trying to get him up. Josh Penny is what, 5'8"?
About half the size.
Yeah, and Goldthwait is listed at 6'8". So a full foot, but Goldthwait is off the turf and has made his way to the sideline.
Yeah, that was a nice little jog over there too. So I don't feel like he's too badly bent out of shape.
Ben Thomas checking on him, having a conversation. Figueroa still down, and now he's on his feet. And walking gingerly towards the West Georgia sideline is the starting safety, the newcomer, formerly of Sumter County State. Or Sumter Con State, my apologies. Southern Connecticut State? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Yeah, Southern Connecticut State University in New Haven, Connecticut. So Figueroa has made his way off the field. So has Goldthwait. 1st and 10. John Austin Wood looking downfield. Pats the ball, looking for KJ Fields. Intercepted. Threw it short and intercepted by Jalen Burton. He will be brought down at the 2 and just underthrew that one.
Pass intended for number 10, KJ Fields.
So talk me through what you saw there. What happened?
No, I liked the decision. I thought it was great protection up front. I saw Juice Allen pick up a blitzing linebacker off the edge. Great protection. I liked the thought of taking a shot right there. Just really underthrew it. And I know I talk about throwing the deep ball, throwing the fades a lot. You don't want to throw it out of bounds. You don't want to overthrow it. You don't want to throw it inside. That was a little bit inside right there, but also it was just severely underthrown. Right. And that's probably a repetition issue. Not saying that Wood doesn't have the arm strength to get it out there. But if you're not throwing to these same receivers in practice, whereas Wood might be throwing with the 2s, maybe the 3s,
right?
You're not gauging and building that same connection as that maybe Destin Wade is with his guys outside.
Caden Cooper, Omarion Finch may run that route a little differently than KJ does. Widener into the hands of Bryce Dickerson. And that's going to get him a good chunk of change. And they'll say he was down at the 5 previously. Seth Hampton credited with the tackle, and that's going to be a big gain there. Timeout for West Georgia and head coach Joel Taylor in his 2nd season. He spent 4 seasons at Mercer as the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, and right there what we saw, we've seen it a couple times. West Georgia does a really good job of setting up these plays, and so we see a lot of crossing action in the run game, whether it's coming from a counter with a tight end pulling and being that second blocker, or whether it's zone seal, zone cross, where he's coming across the motion, kicking out that defensive end. And then this is the second time that we've seen him come and kind of bluff that defensive end and then sneak out to the flats. And all Widener's having to do is just a 2-3 yard toss to him and getting him out there in the open.
So 1st and 10. They get up to the 23. Widener into the hands of Morrell. Forced out of bounds by Jermaine Ray Jr.
Pass is complete to number 1, Latrell Morrell.
It's going to be a gain of 2.
Out of bounds by number 3,
2nd and 8.
Ray Jr.
So with 32 seconds left in the half, this UNA team just needs to do a really good job of playing kind of that shell defense. You can see 3 guys kind of playing deeper. You want to make sure no big plays happen
3 receivers to the near side. Jordan Dees, the middle receiver. He's going to run an out. Widener's going to find his safety valve. That's going to be Morrell. They're going to say incomplete, and that'll bring up 3rd and 8. Officials have to break up Jaheim Ingram and
Go ahead. Go ahead and get number 55.
Alafano Latua. Maliua. I tried that one. I went over it 3 or 4 times in pregame, and I apologize.
I mean, that's a great name. That's just not something that we're familiar with pronouncing on a day-to-day basis. But they got into a little shoving match, little scuffle right there. Nothing too crazy. Referees decided just to break it up, not throw any flags. But what the coverage that you're seeing right now for this UNA defense, you're seeing a 3 deep, 5 under, rushing 3. And so that means you have 3 guys that are going to be, you can see them right now, they're lined up probably about 14, 15 yards off the ball. Each of them are going to take a deep third of the field. The other 5 that are playing underneath are just making sure nothing's completed easily.
They're going to find Morrell, center of the field, heading to the far sideline. Brought down across the 40, but short of the 45, still heading out of their end zone or West Georgia. And a little bit more scuffling after. And Maluia in there again for West Georgia. Along with David Evbomaya.
Yeah, that kettle's a little hot in there in the trenches right now. Those guys are battling, going back and forth.
18 seconds to go, 17-10. Your score, West Georgia driving, heading into halftime. And almost intercepted. It was tipped at the line. Morrell got a fingertip on it, and Hampton could not haul it in, but it falls to the turf incomplete.
Man, that could have been large right there. To see an interception. There was a lot of green grass in front of him. Might have been a scoring opportunity for UNA before this half.
No post-play confrontation on that one. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Widener running back off his right hip, dropping back, all kinds of time, airing this one out and complete. That was Davian Newsom. And that's going to move the chains. 8 seconds here. West Georgia has another timeout. They could have taken it, but they're going to clock it with 7 seconds to go. And so this is going to give them a chance to take a shot at the end zone. And if something is incomplete, they can run on their field goal unit. It'd be a long field goal from here.
Yeah, you're looking at about quick math.
52-yarder. Yeah, you're right, just over.
52-yarder to close out the half. But you're right. They're probably going to take a shot at the end zone or something that guarantees them getting out of bounds.
2 receivers either side of the line of scrimmage. Widener takes the snap, and they're going to run a draw to Morrell. He shoots forward and hits the turf.
Number 1, Latrell Morrell on the carry for the Wolves.
And West Georgia will use their final timeout with 3 seconds to go.
Got a 2-yard gain right there. Going to bring it.
Please reset the game clock to 4 seconds.
4 seconds.
0-4.
It's going to give them now a 50
dead
yard
even 50,
field goal.
Right?
Dead even 50.
Interesting. You think that extra 2 yards, I mean, it could be worth it.
Could make a difference. Also, you kind of saw that the running back went straight to the right and got down. So it's possible that the kicker, Tommy Holden, is more comfortable kicking from that hash versus maybe the middle of the field or the left hash. Just trying to set your kicker up for success.
Tommy Holden, 10 for 12 on field goals coming into this one with a long of 49. So this would be his season long if he's able to convert this. Nobody back for UNA. And they're going to ice him.
Timeout, North Alabama.
So they're set up. The holder for West Georgia was set up. Typically, you set up at 7 yards. Looked like he was set up at 8. Going to make it a 51-yard field goal attempt.
Unnecessarily long.
Unnecessarily long is right. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Sometimes whenever you take that deeper approach to it, gives the guys that are rushing off the edge a better angle, and he's going to set up at 8 yards again.
So do you take another timeout, ice him again, or do you let him think about taking a timeout?
I'd let him think about it. I'd let him think that it's coming right about now and it's in his head.
They're not going to call the timeout. Holden's field goal attempt is up and no good. Wide right. We head to the locker rooms. UNA with a 7-point advantage, 17-10. Things got a little chippy on that drive between the Lions and the Wolves. That GSC, you can take the guys out of the GSC, but you can't take the GSC out of the football programs. UNA with a 7-point advantage. We'll take a timeout, bring you back to Brawley for your halftime show. I know that Grant Wakefield has a feature on flag football that we're going to hear from him on. So UNA with a 7-point advantage. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
It's Bo time. Fumble in the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real southern flavor.
Probably lost that's the way going with the true freshman quarterbacks. We're going to lean a lot on our offensive line in the second half.
Coach, I was going to ask you about Wood. He's come out here the last few drives, and it looks like you're going to have to go with him in the second half. How do you settle him into this game and get him adjusted?
Here's how we reword it. We get to go with him this second half. We don't have to. We get to go with him this second half, and we're going to go in that locker room, and we're going to tell the guys that J.A. is the guy we trust and believe in to go win this game.
Yes, sir. Best of luck in the second half, Coach. Ben, Brian, back to you.
That was Chase Glover catching up with State Farm I'm all over the place. Brent Dearman. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. That's on me. We're changing things up a little bit today as Chase is working for ESPN. I didn't realize how quickly we were going to get to Coach Dearman. But UNA does have a 7-point lead. We're going to take a timeout. We'll bring you back and give you first half thoughts after this.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
At CB&S Bank, tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues, recognized by American Banker as the 16th nationally and #1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Want to keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are? Stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page. Get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
17-10, your halftime score. Chase Glover caught up with Coach Dearman, and he mentioned, I like how we changed the vernacular. Not do we have to, but we get to. We get to go with John Austin Wood here in the second half. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agent Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. Obviously, Destin Wade's night is done. He was carted off wearing a boot on his left ankle, and they went with John Austin Wood the remainder of the first half there, the freshman. You've got older guys, and I know people may be asking themselves, why not go with an Ari Patu? Why not go with a DC Tapscott, guys who have more experience there? I didn't hate what I saw from John Austin Wood.
Yeah, and he has to settle in, and you know, I understand this kind of from my background of you know, playing here and being the backup for my, you know, I redshirted, then I was backup for 3 years before I got my opportunity. And so there is a level of settling in that you have to get adjusted to. And so looking forward to seeing John Austin Wood do that in the second half, get settled in, start delivering some strikes. Obviously, the run game's going to be there between him and Juice Allen. He's just got to settle in the pass game. We've seen some really good protection from this offensive line. I know they did sack Wade one time, they sacked Wood one time, but outside of those two plays, seen some really good protection from the offensive line.
Interesting, Juice Allen not getting the chance to produce as much. He doesn't have many touches, 7 carries for 24 yards. The majority of those touches coming once John Austin Wood took over at the quarterback spot. We imagine we're going to see a lot more Juice in the second half.
Yeah, and you know, we were setting up to see a career game for Destin Wade in that first half. I mean, he leaves the game with 137 passing yards, and a touchdown, and then you know, he rushed for more than 30 yards and a touchdown as well. But now's like we talked about earlier in the game, there are playmakers out there. We talked about Fletcher and Daniels and the receiving group. We talked about Wade, but at the end of the day, Juice Allen's your workhorse, and that doesn't change just because other guys are touching the football and making plays. So look to lean heavily on Juice Allen, this offensive line, this run game in this second half.
Couple big plays, Azariah Fletcher and Jalen Daniels. Some big chunk plays for both of those guys there. Fletcher with the 75-yard touchdown reception. Do you expect we'll see a lot more of those guys maybe getting out into space and some speedsters, maybe a little swing pass action? Yeah,
I definitely do because one of the quickest ways to get settled in, and John Austin Wood kind of came in at a tough time. You know, you come in and you're running a 4-minute offense and a 2-minute offense. And so once you kind of get into the open field, you get an open clock, so to say. You're not you know, trying to beat the clock or anything. I can see them doing a lot of rollouts, sprint outs, throws into the flats, quick outs, screen games, things like that to get John Austin Wood settled in, get him some completions under his belt, and then start letting him take some shots down the field.
Let's talk about that last drive going into the half there. West Georgia was able to move it down after the interception all the way down for a 50-yard field goal that was no good. But beyond that, and the big play by Morrell through the center of the defense, I wouldn't even say that last defensive series was bad. It was just, hey, you're giving those guys space. You can't give them too much space.
Right.
They got down and took the 50-yard field goal, which at this level of college football, you'll take a 50-yard field goal as many times as you can get it.
Right.
But beyond that, the defense has played really well today.
Absolutely, and by no means am I holding that last drive against this UNA defense, because that's why you're lined up how you're lined up. That's why you're playing the 3 deep 5 under, is so that you know, there's going to be some holes in the defense, but as long as they're not breaking tackles, getting out in open field, and creating these big long runs and scoring opportunities, then you're doing your job. You're doing what that defense is designed to do, and that's keep people in front of you. They held them to a long field goal. They missed it. So this UNA defense has just been playing lights out this first half. Like you said, outside of that big run that we saw that put West Georgia on the board with a touchdown.
17-10, your halftime score. We're going to let the band play for about 5 seconds here before we take a timeout. When we come back, Grant Wakefield will have a feature on flag football. These same UNA band members are going to be marching in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade coming up in just a few short weeks. So this is a little bit of a tune-up for them, but this is the sound that you can hear across the South. UNA with a 17-10 lead here against West Georgia.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines, reserve your seats, and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit RoarLions.com for more information.
Welcome back into the broadcast, everybody. Grant Wakefield here with you, checking in here at the half. On Tuesday, September 30th, the University of North Alabama made a special announcement announcing the launch of 5 new sports. Men's and women's indoor track, men's and women's outdoor track, and women's flag football are the sports the Lions are adding. North Alabama will become the 6th Division I institution in the country, 2nd in the state of Alabama, and 2nd in the UAC to announce the launch of women's flag football. Dr. Josh Looney, Director of Athletics here at North Alabama, says that it was important for the Lions to lead and be out front of the growth of women's flag football.
And then we're excited to lead and be part of that. We'll be just the 6th Division I school to activate women's flag football. We'll join Alabama State in-state and UT Arlington that's in the UAC. We expect as the 2028 Olympic Games continue to come to fruition and additional adds in the NCAA level, we expect that number to grow very rapidly, very quickly. And to be on the front end of that was important for us to be a leader with UNA in that space.
Flag football is also growing across the country thanks to initiatives like the 2028 Olympics and NFL flag. And here in the Shoals community, flag football is growing thanks to Kilby Laboratory School 5th grader R.G. Campbell.
In April, I pitched the idea to a Shoals Spark idea competition for kids my age. Our school does it every year, and I really wanted to win it this year. Soon after, I partnered with Randy Burns at Florence Parks and Rec, and today we're in the middle of our very first season. I'm excited to see my dream grow, and I'm excited to see more colleges and more people looking at it. Like UNA, that just shows me that dreams can come true, and it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter how big or small you are, you can do anything. I'm just very happy.
Dr. Looney also announced the launch of 4 new track programs, all led by UNA head cross-country coach Connor Callahan. Men's and women's both will see new additions with both indoor and outdoor distance-based programs coming soon. Dr. Looney has also mentioned that this has been a goal for him ever since he stepped foot in Florence.
And for years, really, at least in the years that I've been here, the question is, how can we grow that program? How can we continue to invest in our distance athletes? And when you didn't have a track, it is tough to do that. And thanks to a generous donation that we received at the Cox Creek Sports Complex, we were able to install the Hewlett and Jacqueline Gregory track at Cox Creek Sports Complex just this past April, which has opened the door for us to take a phased approach to growing our cross-country program in a distance-based track and field program that we think will absolutely elevate our cross-country programs immediately and will grow the sport over time at UNA.
Head coach Connor Callahan says that the addition of indoor and outdoor track shows that UNA is ready for growth and ready to make some noise.
But you talk about adding track and adding sports. Our sport is one that has been taken away from some universities. So it again shows the growth that we're having here at UNA as a university, as an athletic department. It shows that we are here to stay and we are here to, make some noise.
All 5 sports will begin play in the 2026-27 athletic year. And if you want more information, you can visit roarlions.com for more. We'll be back with the second half after this. Offer several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select utilities to register for an account, or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Hey, UNA, big news. Football is back, and so is Pick 6. Starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for 2, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasoning, spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers, and hand-smashed double-stacked all-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra, not valid with other discounts or offers.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com.
17-10, your halftime score. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. Jacob, you got a special story about a guy you want to bring up here.
Yeah, coach on West Georgia's team, coaches their secondary on defense, Kyle Jackson. Kyle was a former UNA Lions athletics athlete. He played football here at UNA, and he was in this group that was recognized for this week for the 2011 until present group that played here at Brawley Stadium. Kyle was on the 2016 team that went to the national championship. He was a part of the 2012 recruiting class that went on to win 4 straight GSC conference championships, which included a good amount of wins over this West Georgia team. So glad to have Kyle back here in Brawley Stadium. I hate that he's on the other sideline, but it was good to see him, catch up with him a little bit before the game. And it's just great. And I know, people have these stories, all over the place. But, I see Kyle coaching at West Georgia. I see Ben Thomas, former UNA football player, coaching here for the Lions. I ran into Braxton Pitts today, who played offensive line here for a couple of years. He's coaching at Holly Pond High School. And just seeing guys, Hastings Coates is another one, played offensive line. He's not coaching anywhere, but he's training offensive linemen and defensive linemen all across the nation, whether they're coming to him in Birmingham or he's going to them. And so just a lot of guys just doing so much after their time of playing is up to pour into the next generations of players and athletes. And so it's really good to see Kyle today, really good to see the other guys that are still in the profession trying to make a difference in these young athletes' lives.
So you got to be honored before the game really quickly here. What was that celebration on field like? What have guys been experiencing all season?
It was pretty cool. Of course, we got to hang out for a little bit before the game, before we went out on the field, and really catch up. You know, live takes you in so many different directions. It was good to see some of those guys that I hadn't seen since, maybe it was a 2016, which was my last season, or some of those guys I hadn't seen since 2012, 2013, which was early in my career, but they were seniors. And so it was great to get back and reconnect with them, and then going out on the field, for all of us, that's our last time, more than likely, that we'll step onto Brawley Stadium's field, and it's an emotional moment. There was a lot of good memories made on this field, and a lot of good times, and so I've been really pleased with what the athletic department has done as far as honoring and recognizing former players, and not just players, cheerleaders, spirit squad members, managers, coaches, anybody that's been affiliated with the program and spent a lot of hard work, hard time on this field, making sure that the product is what the people want, what the community expects, and so they were all out there honored today.
Chris Willis and Bobby Wallace down there. I know you've got Bobby Wallace stories, and I know you've shared some of those. Do you have any good Chris Willis stories?
Yeah. And about 80% of them I probably can't tell on the mic. But,
and the other 20% have to do with Braves baseball.
Right. No, and Chris had a really tough job. He was a defense coordinator here for a handful of years. He was my defense coordinator, then he was the head coach whenever I coached here. And just really took on a really tough task. Number one, you're following the retirement of the all-time winningest coach in GSC history in Bobby Wallace, and so you're taking the reins after he just came back and put together the program that he put together, and then you're doing this through the transition period into Division I. And so what a lot of people might not know is it's not you just fill out a form and submit it to the NCAA and now you're Division I. There's a process that you have to go through. You have to go through the 4 years of playoff and eligibility. So that what they do there is they make sure that the athletics department is in line and in order and prepared to take on this jump of moving to Division I. And so that not only includes staffing and funding, but it also includes the academic portion of it. Your student athletes during that 4-year period have to maintain a certain grade point average, or else that could mean that you extend that waiting period, extend that playoff and eligibility period a little bit longer. And so Chris Willis took on that task to get the Lions to the point that they're at now. And so that's a very, very brave task to take on, and a lot of people. Chris Willis got here in 2001, 2002. He spent a lot of time in Florence, in the athletic department, in the coaches' offices, and on this field, just game planning and making sure these athletes have the best chance for success. And watching a lot of Braves baseball.
A lot of Braves baseball. Might be the biggest Braves fan I've ever met, man. Love Chris Willis. Always kind to me when he was the head coach here, when I was still doing full-time radio. And like Chris a lot. All right, it'll be West Georgia football. Ian Vachon on to kick this one away. They deferred after winning the toss. UNA going left to right. West Georgia will be returning right to left. Buchanan will see this ball bounce at the 6. He'll haul it in at the 4. He's across the 10. He's across the 15. Flag flies in, and he will be hit and brought down across the 25. And I believe that was Jamari Payne with the tackle. Let's see what this flag is for.
During the return, illegal block in the back, number 18 of the receiving team. Half the distance to the goal from the spot of the foul will be first down.
Half the distance, so West Georgia will be backed up to begin this offensive series.
Join us in CBNS Bank Arena on Tuesday.
And so that's a big-time flag right there on the Wolves. Had a really great return from Buchanan, which came from a tough spot. The ball bounced a couple times. He picked it up inside the 5-yard line, was able to sneak all the way out to about 30-yard line. And so this penalty really backs him up deep. It's going to put him at the 6-yard line. And as well as this UNA defense has been playing today, this is going to be a really tough drive for West Georgia to open up the half.
So they're going to be all the way back at their own 11. Widener and company. 2 receivers to the near side. Split out closest to the UNA sideline will be Jordan Dees, the number 1 target for the Wolves. We'll take a look around some of the UAC scores a little bit later. First play of the second half is going to be a handoff to Morrell. Stiff arms a man across the 20. He's across the 30, shoved out of bounds across the 40, and he's got touchdown speed on display there. We've already seen it once in this ball game. So a good carry for West Georgia to start the second half, as they are going to get all the way up to the 38-yard line.
Yeah, that was a big time run right there to bounce it outside and get that type of yardage. Got West Georgia out of a really sticky situation. Really frees up their offense and lets them do more things.
Morrell off the left hip of Widener. 2 receivers to the far side. It's going to be play action. Widener under pressure. Gets away from Veely. Gets away from another would-be tackler. He's going to tuck it himself and head to the UNA sideline, scampering out of bounds just shy of the 45. They'll say the 44-yard line. And that will bring up 2nd and 5.
Yeah, and Widener's shown not only on that play, but earlier in the first half and all season long what he can do with his legs. Now, I wouldn't call him a true dual threat type of quarterback, but he is absolutely athletic enough to get out of the pocket and make some big things happen for this West Georgia offense.
Ball on their own 44, looking to the West Georgia sideline to get the play. Some late substitutions happening for UNA. Leo Glover checking into the ball game for Cam Jamar. 2 receivers to the near side, H-back off the right side. They're going to hand it to Morrell. All the motion heading that way. He's going to run into one of his offensive linemen. Check that, the tight end. He's going to pick up 2, and that'll bring up 3rd and 2.
Oh, that's just a great job by that front 7 of UNA, just really stretching that play out. So when the running back's running the ball right there, when Morrell's running the ball, he's stretching out, he's looking for that gap that he can cut it up into. UNA did a really good job of making sure those gaps were plugged, stretching it all the way out, waiting for that reinforcement to come in.
3rd and short. 2 H-backs on the right side of the line. 1 receiver split out either side. They're going to hand it to Morrell. No, Widener's going to keep it, and he's going to dive forward. Does he have it? He's going to say he's right at the line to gain. I wouldn't be shocked if Coach wanted him to look at it. That's going to move the chains, but I don't know that he got there, Jacob. I thought he was about a half yard short.
That last stretch, really depends on where his knee was down at. He definitely stretched out far enough to get it, but was his knee down early? Well, we don't know, but the refs made their call on it and was able to give him the first down.
Helps to be 6'5".
Absolutely.
So 1st and 10, still in their own territory. Ball at the West Georgia 48, working from the far hash mark. It's going to be play action. Widener's going to air this one out to the far sideline into the hands of Dees. Or is that Newsom? That is Newsom. And that's going to move the chains. Devon Martin credited with the tackle. So they're in UNA territory, down to the 41 of the Lions, still working on the far hash. Wide side of the field coming toward the UNA sideline. 2 receivers, H-back on the right side of the line. Widener, play action. Clean pocket. He's got a man center of the field, floats it into Bryce Dickerson's hands. Touchdown, West Georgia. He was wide open, hauled it in at the 10, and nobody was around him.
Yeah, they just slipped the tight end down the seam. Little miscommunication in the secondary, left him wide open. Widener took no hesitation, got in the ball, got West Georgia in the end zone to start this second half.
Holding on for the extra point to tie this ball game. Up and through. 11:27 to go here in the third quarter. We are knotted up at 17. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll bring you the UNA offensive series. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on. Seriously?
This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
Tied at 17 here in the third quarter, 11:27 to go. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. Right before we went to break, you might have heard on the mic, the coaching staff's right beside us. They were not very happy about that series for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of big plays. You had the big run. You had them pinned deep from the penalty on the kickoff on West Georgia. Had them pinned deep. They come out and have a big run. Sneaks them out towards the center of the field, towards midfield, and then just a little miscommunication in the secondary left a tight end wide open up the seam for what might have been his easiest touchdown of the season.
41-yard touchdown reception, 6 plays, 94 yards over 3 minutes and 26 seconds, and the extra point good by Holden. Let's take a quick look around the United Athletic Conference. Abilene Christian up over Utah Tech in the fourth, 31-10. Southern Utah ahead of Eastern Kentucky, 27-17. And we'll see Southern Utah coming here for the final home game here at Raleigh in a couple weeks. Austin Peay up over Central Arkansas, 27-14. Those are your UAC scores for games in action right now. Obviously, we're tied at 17 here. Take a quick look around the SEC at our next timeout. Simon Ziden on to boot this one away. Justin Luke standing in his own end zone. Ziden boots it, and Luke will let it sail over his head and down for a touchback. So we'll see if it's John Austin Wood, if it's Ari Patu, if it's DC Tabscott, who it is.
We got a little SEC recap right here, Jordan. Texas A&M up 21-7 over Missouri. Auburn up 20-10 over Vanderbilt. Georgia beats Mississippi State 41-21. Ole Miss laid it on the Citadel 49-0.
Interesting at this point in the season for Ole Miss to be playing a non-SEC opponent. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Daniels in motion. They're going to hand it to Juice, coming to the short side of the field and fighting forward, driven out of bounds. Credited with the tackle will be Jeffrey Spate.
Forced out of bounds by number 95, Jeffrey.
It was a good run right there by Juice. I know it didn't account for much, but front seven for West Georgia had him stretched out to the sideline, and most guys would have just kind of taken that and ran out of bounds, but Juice kind of stuck his feet in the ground, got a couple extra yards, kept moving forward.
It is John Austin Wood, and this is going to be a keeper by Wood. Jalen Daniels got hit hard in the backfield. He never had the football. Wood read it all the way. He pushes forward for a gain of 1. That'll bring up 3rd and 7.
And so again, right here, I'd love to see them try to get a nice completion. I'm not necessarily looking for a pass past the sticks. If that's what they draw, that's what they draw. But I'd love to see maybe a 5-yard out, quick out, stick route, spacing route, something of the sort, just to get John Austin Wood a completion under his belt in the second half. And who knows, somebody breaks a tackle, might be able to convert the first down.
Two receivers to the near side, one to the far side. Wood rolling to the near side, looking downfield. He's going to tuck it and trying to fight forward. He'll gain a couple, but he'll be short of the first down marker. And that'll bring up 4th and 3. Ball at the UNA 32. And so you would imagine the punting unit will make their way onto the field.
Yeah, and so we saw a rollout, and I like that, and I think that fits into John Austin Wood's type of play. Rolled him out to the short side of the field, and so when you roll out to the short side of the field, it's got to be quick, or you got to tuck it and run it. And John Austin read it and decided to run it, tuck it up, secured the football, and I'm fine with punting it away.
DeAndre Buchanan on to return this one, and he'll call for the fair catch at the 19. Interesting there, the official, we've got a late flag flying in. But the official was announcing the jersey change in the middle of Watford's punt. I don't think I've ever seen that. So we'll see what this flag is for. We talked about it being chippy there before the half.
After the play, unnecessary roughness, North Alabama number 7. His first, 15-yard penalty. Timeout on the field.
So that must have been, they called that on Justin Davis.
It's time for the Renaissance Eye Care. Did you see that play of the game?
17-17 your score. We're going to take a timeout. 9:25 to go here in quarter number 3.
To keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are, stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page, get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
At CB&S Bank, tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues. Recognized by American Banker as the 16th best performing bank nationally and number 1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you could say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's
unnecessary roughness. Jacob, you played in games that were chippy. How do you overcome that?
I mean,
it seems like it'd be easy, but once tempers are flaring, it's hard to throw water on them.
Yeah, and I know I may sound like a dead horse here, but Coach Wallace, that's one of the things that he preached from day one. He talked about it, ITEEP, intangibles, turnovers, execution, effort. And the last one was penalties. And those are the things that we can control, play in and play out. And those penalties can really just kill a drive, kill a quarter, kill a half, and really make a big difference in the game. And just unnecessary penalties at that.
West Georgia starts this drive at their own 34. Running to the near side is Morrell.
Number 1, Latrell Morrell on the carry for the Wolves.
Gain of 2. Second and 8.
By number 21, Linnell Cunningham II.
Yeah, Linnell Cunningham and Jermaine Ray did a really good job coming downhill from them defensive back positions, forcing them out of bounds for just a short carry. Again, you're seeing this 2 tight end or a tight end and a wing set down here towards us. They've done a lot of counter, a lot of split zone out of it.
Avery Howard stretched out as this near side defensive end. Buchanan in motion. And pass is broken up. The intended receiver was Jamarcus Prince.
Jamarcus Prince is broken up by number 20.
Played at Hillcrest High School in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Second team All-State, and he couldn't haul that one in.
Yeah, just really good coverage right there by Trey Young out there at cornerback. You're on an island out there. That's one-on-one. If he catches that and breaks a tackle, he's going to the house. And so good job by Young getting in there, getting a hand in there, and forcing incompletion.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Taking their time, finally. Taking the snap is Widener. Rolling to the near side. And he will be chased out of bounds. Drake Fowler credited with the tackle, and we've got a flag down. Jamari Payne. You know, you see a lot of offensive players giving the first down signal. He gives the opposite of that, pointing towards the West Georgia end zone. That's going to be a holding against the Wolves.
Yeah, and again, just like we talked about the penalty on UNA, a penalty like that against West Georgia, I mean, you have a good scramble right there, and he's able to get up to make it a really short conversion on the next play, and that penalty just kills it. Puts him way back behind the sticks.
3rd and long, 3rd and 17. Ball at their own 24. Check that, 27. Morrell on a little screen. Hit and brought down. Hit low and high. And the social media star, Seth Hampton. And we've got a late flag. Jaheim Ingram gets up. He jumps to the sky. He's frustrated. His palms are skyward. The officials are going to have a conversation.
After the play, they're offsetting unsportsmanlike conduct fouls. Unsportsmanlike conduct number 54, his first. Unsportsmanlike conduct North Alabama number 44, his first. Those penalties will be offset, 4th down.
So those are offsetting unsportsmanlike penalties. And that will still bring the punting unit on. Azariah Fletcher on to return this one.
Yeah, UNA fortunate right there that it was offsetting. That unsportsmanlike would have given West Georgia the first down. Really got to do a good job of controlling your emotions, containing that temper.
Interesting, Jaheim Ingram, fairly mild-mannered guy. I mean, he's a great football player, turns it on, but to get under his skin is something we're not used to seeing. Fletcher drifting back to his own 15, making the first man miss, won't make the next one miss. Gets across the 20, up to the 25, and that is where UNA will begin this offensive series. It looks like it's going to be Wood once again.
And that's a great return right there by Fletcher. I know it wasn't a ton of yards, but him having to retreat, trace backwards, catch that, a really tough catch, really great punt by West Georgia. And the thing is, if he doesn't get back there and get under it, it takes one big bounce. West Georgia had the coverage down there. It could have pinned UNA really deep. And so instead, we've got the ball sitting here at the 27-yard line. So big time right there. See, that's kind of the difference that you see in the different levels, different leagues that people play in, is making plays like that make a difference.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They're going to hand it off to Juice. Makes the first man miss. He'll be brought down there by Jay Carter, the inside linebacker, redshirt junior from Warner Robins, Georgia, in his 4th season at West Georgia. And that was Maluia as the other guy getting the unsportsmanlike, so the offsetting penalties.
Rare to see somebody at a school for 4 years
yeah.
nowadays, so kudos to him for hanging around, sticking it out.
David Hogue, who we've talked about, the defensive end, is in his 6th season. Began playing college football in 2019. Wood, keeper all the way, looking for him around the far side, tripped up. An excellent tackle by Kamir and Marshall.
Quarterback keeper, forced out of bounds by number 6, Cam Marshall.
Yeah, that was a great tackle right there. I really like the play call, really like the setup. I mean, that's how it's designed. I mean, you're not it's very rare that you get a play where everybody's blocked. At some point, you have to make a guy miss, and we say that all the time. Is that's when the ball carrier, that's where you earn your scholarship. so to say, is making those guys miss. But just a great tackle right there.
3rd and medium, 3rd and 4. Wood dropping back, and Juice picks up a great block into the hands of KJ Fields, and that's going to move the chains. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down at Marmac Real Estate, and you've talked about it. Let's get him something comfortable, complete a pass, move the sticks, get him more comfortable, then you can open up the playbook a little more.
Yeah, I like that, and great job blocking Juice Allen. I mean, Juice is the type of guy. He's going to do whatever you ask him to do to the highest level.
2 receivers to the far side. Wood looking to the near side, tipped at the line of scrimmage. His intended target was Noah Gregg.
Yeah, and so that's an RPO right there. It's not your, so to say, traditional RPO. You're looking out there, and you're looking, you've got a 5-yard hitch route on the outside, and you're seeing where that defensive back is. That defensive back's playing off, and maybe he's got his hips turned like he's about to bail. Then as a quarterback, you can feel comfortable slipping that out there. And again, one broken tackle, and you're off to the races. But it was designed to be a power run right there.
Tanaka Scott motioning in on the near side. 2 receivers to the far side. Wood looking down the field, going through his progressions. Little pump fake, gets it out at the last second. Tipped up in the air, falls to the turf, incomplete. Wood ends up on his rear end as coming in to apply the pressure was Courtney Kelly from Columbus, Georgia, the 6'3", 263-pound sophomore defensive lineman. 15 tackles, 6 tackles for loss, and 3 sacks coming into this one.
Yeah, and that's one of those plays. Just throw it up in the stands, throw it out of bounds, throw it away. You learn that with experience and maturity. I remember in high school there was a lot of passes that I could squeeze in there at the high school level, and you can't necessarily do that all the time in the college level. I'd love to see him just throw that one away.
3rd and 10. Play action pass. Wood knocked out of his hands, and they're going to say incomplete pass. His arm was coming forward. He was hit hard on the backside.
The quarterback's arm started forward. Therefore, we have an incomplete pass, not a fumble out of bounds.
So an incomplete pass. Drew Myers telling us what he saw there. And that's going to bring up 4th and 10 and the punting unit.
DeAndre Buchanan to receive the Wolves.
DeAndre Buchanan wearing number 93.
West Georgia number 4 is wearing number 93.
On to receive this punt. And they say it before Watford gets it off this time. Good boot here.
Oh.
Great boot here. Hitting at the 6 and taking a West Georgia bounce into the end zone. Touchback.
Wofford's punt lands in the end zone for a touchback.
17-17, 5 minutes to go here in quarter number 3. Media timeout, we'll take it with them. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success, it takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information. Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown.
Today's game is brought to you in part by United Community Bank, located on Tennessee Street in downtown Florence, Alabama. United Community Bank, built on service, focused on you. So a little turmoil there. The offsetting unsportsmanlike penalties have everybody in a tizzy. A excellent punt by Adam Watford. just took a hop inside instead of outside. It landed at about the 6 and was the wrong direction away from being a monstrous punt.
Yeah, Adam Watford has proven to be a weapon for this UNA team this year, really flipping the field whenever the offense isn't able to progress any on that particular drive. He's able to come in and really be a game changer and help this defense out by pinning teams deep.
62-yard punt by Watford. So Widener and company take over at their own 20, working on the far hash, going right to left. Red pants, white jerseys, white helmets. UNA in white pants, purple jerseys, purple helmets. Widener dropping back, stepping up into the pocket, airing this one out. He's got a man, and it's hauled in across the 50 by Davion Newsom. No, that's Jordan Dees. Apologies. Dees gets up, and he's kind of hopping over here on the sideline. I don't know if his ankle was actually hurting him or what, but it was interesting looking. That's a first down and a big chunk play for the Wolves. Morrell, no, Lester gets the handoff here. He finds room between the tackles. He dives forward.
21 TJ Lester.
See, Dees does run off the field, limping, get somebody to come in for him. A lot of times you see teams after big plays like that, they like to hurry up to the line of scrimmage and get a run play called. Doesn't give the defense time to substitute and try to catch them off guard.
So Lester with a run of 8. Widener to the far sideline and into and out of the hands of Owen Dupree.
Owen Dupree falls incomplete.
In on the defense for the Lions, Jermaine Ray Jr. Got to bring up 3rd and 2.
Yeah, Ray Jr. got it lucky right there. Just went straight through his hands, had an opportunity to catch it. Widener left it a little high, but sets up a 3rd down and short. Good stop right here. You might be in 4-down territory if you're West Georgia, especially after missing a 50-yarder right before half.
Widener
flats.
Immediately rolls to the far side. Finds Dupree center of the field, and he's got the first down. Ray with the tackle.
So Widener waited for that second window to come open for his number 2 option. If I'm the coach right there, if I'm the offense coordinator, I'm probably patting him on the back and yelling at him at the same time because he had his receiver in the flats early.
Yeah, you said flats as soon as the ball was snapped.
Yeah, he had him there to Dickerson, and they've done that a couple of times where they just kind of flip it to him right there in the flats and let him make a play. Could have got the first down easy.
So inside UNA territory now. Ball at the Lion 28. It's going to be a reverse. Buchanan has it, heading to the far side, and he will be hit at the 25, pushing forward, getting close to the 20.
Uh-oh.
And we've got an injured Lion down.
Number 20, Anthony Young, and number 21, Linnell Cunningham.
That's Trey Young, the corner.
Time out for an injury.
The secondary's kind of been beat up this year. He indicated that it might have been
They're stretching him out.
Maybe it's just a cramp.
Little cramp, maybe. Working on his right leg. Coach Dearman making his way across the field as Young is down at the 20-yard line, at the 20-yard marker, about 8 feet off the West Georgia sideline and 3 yards from the West Georgia huddle.
You know, there were some great battles between UNA and West Georgia over the years, and in my time playing against West Georgia, the head coach, we mentioned him a little bit earlier today, the head coach was Will Hall, Lion legend, Lion Hall of Famer, and Harlan Hill Trophy winner, Will Hall. And so whenever, he's on that other sideline, obviously he wants to come back and beat UNA. And so there were some really high intensity, high emotion battles between the two schools.
He didn't, though, right?
He didn't here.
Not here.
He didn't here. They did get us, let's see, I think they got us in 2015, they got us over there. They beat us over there, which I had gotten injured the week prior Luke Wingo takes a big hit on the sideline, a late hit that drew a penalty, but put him out of the game for a couple of quarters. And so we were really in a tight spot at quarterback.
2nd and 2. Widener airing this one out towards the end zone. He's got Dupree. Was Dupree able to hang on to it? He was. Touchdown West Georgia, and they're going to retake the lead.
Wow, that was just a great throw and catch. I really felt like Travis Collier, who just comes straight in off the bench, and they go right at him. I thought he was in a decent position to get his hand in there, try to break it up, but Dupree just did a really good job of securing the football, holding on to it, getting some feet down, and scoring a touchdown for the Wolves.
Destin Wade back on the sideline. The extra point is up and through. 24-17 your score. 3:33 to go here in the third. We'll keep it here. But Wade is back on the sideline, I believe, in a boot, and he's got some crutches, but he's out there supporting his squad.
Yeah, and obviously you'd like to still have him on the field, but even him being back on the sideline with the team can be a morale boost. He can be there to give John Austin Wood some words of encouragement. That was always one thing that I found some value in myself, and hopefully everybody else found value in it too. I could sit over there on the sideline when I was backing up Luke Wingo, and I could be a second set of eyes on the defense. So when he comes off the field, hey, Luke, I saw this. Next time they do this, we could think about doing this. And I felt like that played to our advantage. So maybe that's something that Destin Wade can do down there and provide some added support and encouragement for this offensive unit.
Zidon on to kick this one away. Justin Luke is standing about 2 feet from the back of the end zone. He really just wants to haul this one in, and he will. Touchback.
Kick is down in the end zone by number 8.
Yeah, it kind of seems like there could be some frustration from him. He wants to return one. But West Georgia's got some real power back there at kicker in Zeldin.
So, it is Wood again.
Down a score, still got time. There's 3:30 left in the third quarter, still got a whole fourth quarter. But you do have to start thinking about how do we move this ball down the field. All right, John Austin Wood has taken one shot, past 10 yards, and so that might be something we got to look towards.
They're going to start off by giving it to Juice, never a bad option.
Right.
He's going to have a yard on the carry, and another flag. 2 flags flying in late.
This I was watching it. This could go either way.
Penalty markers after the play.
It's definitely going to be on us, but it's going to depend on if it's going to be offsetting or not. Again, number 51.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 54, his first. Unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 34, his first. Those fouls cancel. The down counts. It'll be second down.
So that's on David Hogue. And I don't have a 54 at the ready.
It was 51. It was Ryan Walker. Yeah. Those referees sometimes have hard times with the numbers.
Jaw coming up here. 3:24 to go. 18 and a half minutes of football left in this one. West Georgia with a 24-17 lead, trying to draw the Wolves offside. They don't. They'll reset. 2 receivers either side. Juice off the right hip of Wood. John Austin trying to throw the out. KJ Fields wasn't there. That was his intended receiver. Jalen Burton on the coverage. Now to bring up 3rd and 9.
Yeah, just left it a little wide right there. West Georgia sitting in a cover 4 shell and sticking to it. So when you run those short routes in cover 4, they're really just sitting back, waiting to trigger up. And so, West Georgia had some good coverage right there. Was going to make it a tight squeeze for John Austin Wood to get it in there.
Big 3rd down here. Keeper for Wood, and he'll be brought down by Hogue.
Number 20, John Austin Wood.
So that'll bring up
number
3rd
34,
and,
David
check that,
Cox.
4th and 7.
Brings up 4th down for the Lions.
Yeah, and I don't mind that play call. I like having the extra blocker in there. Really would have, we saw him kind of draw up like it was going to be a pass and then tuck it and run.
For West Georgia is now wearing
I think if he doesn't draw up for the pass and just takes off, he's able to slip under that backside defensive end, and who knows, he's maybe able to convert the first down.
Watford on to kick this one away. This one will hit at the 34 and will be picked up by Buchanan. He lost the ball. Did UNA fall on it? No. Buchanan was able to recover it.
Got lucky. It sprang right back into his hands.
So almost a miscue in favor of the good guys. 2:14 to go here in the third.
And I mean, that was a good play by Buchanan right there. Obviously, it was taking a phenomenal UNA bounce. It was hitting and running. And so to keep it from dribbling back inside the 10, he decides to go down and pick it up. And so I like that, as a player doing that. A little risky. He was fortunate right there because UNA was definitely pouncing on it. Just bounced right back into his hands.
So what does this UNA defense, because obviously this game has been a lot more pressure has been put on their shoulders with Wade going out. What can UNA's defense do to maybe change the trajectory of things? Not saying they're playing poorly by any stretch, but they've been on the field a lot more in this second, or really from the second quarter on.
Yeah, and we'll get into it.
Widener takes the snap, play action. Under pressure, getting out of the pocket, scampers away from a would-be tackler, and into the hands of a wide-open guy at the 40. He's across the 50. That is Buchanan. Had a man right there.
There's a flag.
Brought down by number 24, Cameron Jamal.
On the offense. That's going to be a legal formation.
Yeah, against West Georgia. Good. So Widener flushes out to the far side, gets away from a tackle. And that looked like Lonnell Cunningham was right there, just a little over his head.
Yeah, and so kind of what you were asking about as they make the call right here.
Offense number 4. He was covered up, was the player who caught the ball. That's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Includes loss of down, second down.
Okay, so let me get through that one right fast. So illegal touching, saying that Buchanan was covered up. What that means is that he was lined up on the line of scrimmage, and somebody outside of him was also lined up on the line of scrimmage. Only the most outside guy lined up on the line of scrimmage can catch a pass down the field. And so that's why West Georgia got a penalty right there.
3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near side. Man in motion. It's going to be Lester, the running back here, scooting through the defense, and he will pick up 7.
Yeah, and so what we need to see from this UNA defense, obviously West Georgia's been pretty efficient in the pass game after that first quarter. They've been able to hit a couple spots. I know this secondary, like you said, they've been on the field a lot. They've been running around chasing these receivers a lot. They're probably getting tired. Defensive line's getting tired as well. You've got to try to find some sort of extra gear to keep chasing these guys down, because if you can get a stop right here in a short drive, that's going to give you some recharge time.
3rd and 7. UNA rushing 2. Widener stepping up in the pocket, heading towards the West Georgia sideline, and shoved out of bounds.
Number 2, Davin Widener.
That's a great job right there. So they tried what Widener tried to do right there. He tried to hit Buchanan has ran that shallow route a couple times. So they like to flood everybody else deep with post and goes. Sneak Buchanan on the shallow route. Right there, UNA was in man-to-man coverage. Was stuck to him really well. Wasn't able to drop it off to him. Good pressure by those 2 defensive linemen that rush right there. Was able to force a 4th down. This is huge for this defense to get a break.
Azariah Fletcher on to return this punt by Mason. They almost got to him. It will hit at the 40, take a West Georgia bounce down to the 28-yard line.
Punt rolls down to the 28-yard line, where the Lions will take over 1st and 10.
So 1st and 10 for UNA.
With 14 seconds left in this third quarter. probably, unless we get an incomplete pass, probably going to be the last play of the quarter. Down a score. You got to find some way to get this offense moving and get down the field, at least get a shot at a field goal, some kind of points be put on the board. Because if you remember the lone field goal that we had after Wade went out of the game, you know, we got some significant help from roughing the punter.
It's going to be a keeper for John Austin Wood, looking for him around the left side. He'll pick up 2, 2nd and 8 across the 30, up to the 31. And you are correct, Jacob. That is the final play of the third quarter. UNA trailing West Georgia 24-17, knotted up in a good one. We've got 15 minutes of football left here at Raleigh in this one. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, big news. Football is back, and so is Pick 6. Starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for 2, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasonings. Spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers. And hand-smashed, double-stacked all-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra. Not valid with other discounts or offers.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
Hold your 4s in the air. 15 minutes of football left between the UNA Lions and the West Georgia Wolves. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker, Noah Sullivan producing this thing for us on the second row. It's been a good football game. Destin Wade went out in the second quarter, some type of injury to his left ankle. He's still on the sideline, but he is in a walking boot, so we will not see him anymore this ball game. John Austin Wood has got all the snaps at quarterback since Wade went out with the injury. Ari's had his helmet on the whole time. Tab Scott has had his helmet on the whole time. But it's so far been the John Austin Wood show. So we'll see what we get from the UNA offense here in the fourth quarter. But I got to tell you, they got to find something to get some rhythm. They've done a good job of trying to keep the ball on the ground. But West Georgia knows that UNA is going to try and keep it on the ground. So what are some of the alternatives? Well, Jacob's talked about it. Get some short passing, get some rhythm. We saw one shot being taken by John Austin Wood before half, and it was intercepted at the 2-yard line. But all in all, final quarter here, fourth quarter, UNA offense has got to find some life. You mentioned it. Destin Wade looked like he was on track for the best game of his career.
Yeah, and again, you hate to see him go out. You're thankful for this chance, that you have John Austin Wood to be able to hop in there and lead this offense. With West Georgia playing very aggressive for the run game, and they want to have a very significant pass rush to make John Austin Wood feel uncomfortable back there. Some rollouts, some quick throws, some screens are all different ways that you can kind of counteract this aggressiveness that West Georgia's defense is showing.
2nd and 7. Handoff to Juice. He's got some running room, pushing forward across the 35 up to the 36. So that's going to bring up 3rd and short. 3rd and 3. No, check that, 3rd and 2.
And so just like it was big for UNA's defense to get that 3rd down stop just a couple minutes ago, really big to convert this 3rd down. Keep your defense on the sideline, getting a breather, getting a rest, but then also keep this drive alive. Try to get some points on board.
Man in motion, that's Cooper. They're going to
There
hand
you
it to
go.
Juice. He's got enough for the 1st down and more. He's across the 45, just shy of the 50, but that is going to be a Tracy Black first and sold 1st down at Marmac Real Estate.
You know, I can't claim it because I didn't say it, but in my head I was thinking, I was like, man, we haven't seen one of those, 15, 18, 20-yard burst runs from Juice that we are very used to and accustomed to seeing. And so that was a big time for it to happen right there on 3rd down.
Ball in the dead center of the field at the 50-yard line. They're going to hand it back to Juice again, looking for him around the right side. He's going to be upended across the 50 and on the tackle for West Georgia.
Number 6, Javian Allen on the carry for the Lions. Brings up 2nd down.
Mighty Johnson. Ty Johnson. My apologies.
So you want to keep just moving the ball forward. Can't take a sack, can't take a loss right here. You got to keep moving the ball forward.
Stay between the sticks. It's going to be a reverse to Fletcher coming to the near side, and they're going to lose 2 yards as they'll be brought down back at the 49, and we're going to have another unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, and I don't think that one's going to be offsetting.
Penalty marker after the play.
Happened after the play, so the down will count. They'll go to 3rd down, move them back. So not only did you not want to take a loss in the play, and you took a 2-yard loss.
After the play, unnecessary roughness. Offense number 85, his first. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. The down counts. It'll be 3rd down.
So that will be unnecessary roughness against Noah Gregg.
From the end of the run, so it ends up being a 17-yard loss on the play, which really puts you in no man's land. Very, very rare conversion right here when you're looking at 3rd and 20, 21.
Pretty close to it. I was looking back on the replay there. It was right at the end of the play. Greg tossed the defender he had been blocking. Actually, somebody else had been blocking him, dropped him to the turf. Daniels split out to the near side here. He's on his horse. Wood's going to take a shot.
Oh, he's tugging his shirt. There we go.
And we've got a flag. It was intercepted, but we do have a flag. Some fighting after the play between the West Georgia defender and Daniels for the ball. Good-natured fighting.
Sorry, I messed up your call.
No,
right there.
no, you saw it.
I was trying to help the ref out, make sure he saw it too.
It's a late flag, but we got the flag either way.
Oh, that's big right there. So, it's not a spot foul in college.
Defense number 4, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
Kiari McGlure, so that's going to move the chain to Tracy Black, 1st and sold 1st down at Marmac Real Estate. What did you see? Talk us through it.
Well, I saw, an aggressive play call by UNA. I'd love to see that. The receiver got out in front. The defensive back didn't have anything else that they could do other than tug on the back of the jersey. And so since, we were sitting at 3rd and 26, and it's a 15-yard penalty, but since it's a personal foul, a pass interference, it's an automatic 1st down. So even though we didn't gain enough yardage to get the 1st down, we still get to reset that down marker and continue this drive. I really liked the play call. I liked the throw. I think everything worked out, and that's all the West Georgia defender could do to keep us from scoring a touchdown.
Daniels has been really interesting to watch lined up as a receiver all game long. I think you line him up as a receiver more and just see how many times you can get a pass interference called. It's going to be a play action. Wood hit as he throws, but it's backwards. So that'll be a loss of yardage as Wood was hit hard right as he was letting that thing go. And that was Carson Yancey.
The on the field is a backwards pass that went out of bounds. It'll be next down at the spot where it went out of bounds.
Hey, just bad break right there.
So that's a loss of 10. That'll bring up 2nd and 20.
Bad break right there.
I mean, right as he was throwing it, he got hit. Corner blitz.
Yeah, and again, you hope to be able to identify that pre-snap, maybe see him creeping in.
Wood takes the snap. Offensive line stays still. They never moved.
There's no foul for intentional grounding. Number 88 was in the area. Third down.
So it looks as if the offensive line thought West Georgia jumped off sides.
Yeah, and so that's typically what or not typically, but that does happen. Some philosophies have it like that. So if you do a hard count, defense jumps off sides, you snap the ball, the offensive line will just stay put because that'll freeze the defensive line for a second. And so snapped it. Defense wasn't in the neutral zone, so it wasn't a penalty. John Austin Wood did a good job of just throwing that in the dirt, not taking any chances.
Lived to play another down. Wood stepping up in the pocket, getting it out of his hands into the hands of Juice Allen. Flag flies in. Juice spins away from a would-be tackler, gets back between the sticks across the 50, but we'll see what this flag is for. West Georgia seemingly pointing towards UNA and heading towards their sideline. They think it's going to be a hold. It is.
Number 74, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, remains third down.
It's against Gage Saint.
So UNA has played a fairly clean game. A couple of penalties in the third quarter, but this drive right here has just been
it's been ugly.
It's been tough. It's been tough, and some of them are unnecessary
for both sides.
For both sides,
yeah.
Both sides. This is really drawn out. But you're giving your defense. I'm not saying we're in a good spot right now, but the good out of this situation is that you're giving your defense ample amount of time to rest, which is good.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 3rd and 32. Not a whole lot of plays in the playbook for this. Wood's going to get it to Tanaka Scott. He gets across the 35 and dives forward down, or up rather, to the 37. So Adam Watford and the punting unit make their way back on the field.
So big opportunity for Watford right here to really try to flip the field. 62-yard punt earlier in today's game. 62-yarder from right here would put it down at the 1-yard line.
Morrell on to return this one. So for the first time tonight, it's not Buchanan. Watford with a good punt. Morrell hauls it in at his own 19, slips a man, won't slip the next 3 as he's brought down after a gain of roughly 2.
Brought down by number 47, Nathan Curry.
Curry credited with the tackle. That's going to be a timeout. 10:34 to go in this game. 24-17 your score. West Georgia with the lead and the ball when we return to Bravo.
A special thank you.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guide. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012. Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com.
24-17. Ben Ray, the voice of the Lions, passed us an interesting stat. This offense with Wade tonight, 150 total yards and 2 touchdowns. Without Wade, 76 yards. So Destin Wade, once again, just making his name and his presence felt when on the field. And when he's not on the field, this offense has struggled a little bit tonight.
Yeah, and West Georgia, I mean, they're strategizing very well against John Austin Wood and kind of what they've known him to be this season. And so they're heavy in the run, making sure that they're getting good pressure on him in the pass game. So it's going to be interesting to see how the remainder of this fourth quarter plays out.
Feels like UNA's defense has to come away with a stop here. Widener in the gun, running back off his right hip, one receiver to the far side. They're going to toss it out to Morrell, coming to the UNA sideline. He's stopped, turned back inside. He's going to gain a couple. E.J. Colbert in on the tackle, along with DeMarcus Robinson and Seth Hampton.
Yeah, great job by Colbert right there, stretching that out. I mean, it's a quick toss to the same side running back, so he gets out there quick. And so Colbert has to run and fight to get out there and turn him back inside while he's got an offensive lineman that's trying to block him. So great job by Colbert right there.
One receiver split out way outside the numbers on the far side. Widener takes the snap, dropping back, looking, going through his progressions, has all kinds of time. Finally, he's going to be flushed out of the pocket and incomplete to Bryce Dickerson on the UNA sideline, and that's going to bring up 3rd and 10.
That was great pressure. Great pressure right there. Fred Veely tracking him down. He's not a guy that I want chasing me.
No.
But Widener, made a really good throw, had an opportunity to convert that first down with Dickerson.
He had all kinds of time.
Yeah. Had an opportunity over there with Dickerson, but just wasn't able to get his feet in bounds.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Play clock at 6. 9:48 to go here in the fourth. Widener just going to get it into the hands of Buchanan right at the line of scrimmage, and a big-time tackle by DeMarcus Robinson is going to bring up 4th and 13. Loss of 3 on that one, and the punting unit makes their way onto the field. Azariah Fletcher was being worked on the UNA sideline, so Justin Luke on to return the punt, which Luke would be the 3rd guy in line to return punts.
Right.
If Justin Pegues was healthy.
Yeah, and great tackle right there. They've tried that a couple times tonight. It's worked a couple times for them where they run Buchanan on that little under shallow route.
Punt is away for Mason. Luke will let it hit and roll past him. Still going. West Georgia roll down to the 15.
Again, that's one of those that, maybe if you have your first returner in there and Pegues, he runs up and he's able to get under that and catch it. And if that's the case, you're looking at the ball at the 35-yard line rather than it running all the way down to the 15.
24-17 your score. 8:55 to go in this one. We'll take a timeout. UNA football when we return to Brawley.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Florence Utilities offers several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select Utilities to register for an account, or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines, reserve your seats, and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
24-17, 8:55 to go in the ball game. UNA offense heading back on the field at the end of this media timeout. And, you know, we've talked about it, Jacob. What do you do to jumpstart this offense? And one thing you can do, as I'm seeing him lined up now, is put Jalen Daniels at the wide receiver spot and tell him to run fast.
Yeah, I mean, Daniels is obviously an electric athlete, a guy that you want to get the ball in his hands. Whatever way you can do that, I would love to see maybe some swing or screen passes. Get the ball to him quick and let him work.
3 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Daniels is in motion. It's going to be a keeper for Wood. And he got a block on this left side by Mitchum, but didn't get a block on the linebacker coming through there. Carter with the tackle. Gain of 2, 2nd and 8.
Not a bad little gain right there. They're trying the misdirection, trying to throw some eye candy with the jet sweep fake. Run the quarterback power backside.
Ball at the 18 of the Lions. Juice to the right hip. Trying to squirt through there. He's going to have a couple yards. And that'll bring up 3rd and medium.
Just counter run right there. So you get your guard pulling and kicking out the defensive end. Then you get your tackle or your H-back pulling behind him, leading up into the hole. And West Georgia just did a really good job of stalling those blocks and not giving Juice very much room to run.
2 receivers to the near side, 3 to the far side. Daniels in the slot on the near side. Gregg, the outside receiver. Wood under pressure, gets away from the first would-be tackler, won't get away from the next. David Hogue was the first guy there. Finishing him off, Courtney Kelly.
And so that's the second time we've seen West Georgia line up in this front where they actually back their defensive lineman up to about 2 yards off the ball when they know it's going to be a passing down. They'll back them up a little bit, bring the linebackers up, have everybody in a straight line, everybody's standing up. So they kind of get a running start into this pass rush, which makes it really difficult for the offensive line, number 1 to identify, and number 2 to block.
And this punt will be blown dead before Watford's able to get under it.
False start. Offense number 47. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
So why don't more defensive teams do that?
Well, the thing is, if UNA would have called a run play right there,
right,
West Georgia would have been in tough business,
yeah,
right? Because now, instead of them being the ones that are getting the head start in the
plays going
pass
past
rush,
the direction they're going.
Right. So now, if that's the case, now UNA's offensive line is getting 2 yards of cushion to go ahead and start pushing the line that way.
So it's a gamble you're taking.
Right.
Watford gets this one away, hitting at the 50, going beyond the 45, still going, down at the 40.
Watford's punt is down at the 40-yard line by number 8, Justin Luke.
So to punt that one from his own end zone and put West Georgia at their 40, pretty good little punt there. Yeah. Timeout on the field, 6:51 to go in this ball game. 24-17, West Georgia has the lead and the football.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Join us at Singing River Brewery, your local hub for great beer and community fun. Ready to serve delicious drinks and host amazing events? Try our Golden Manor Leo's Roar, and 50% goes to UNA Athletics. Support your local business and college community while enjoying a fantastic atmosphere. Don't miss out on the good times. Come sip, socialize, and savor the taste of Singing River Brewery.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information.
24-17. Watford's 46-yard punt, right on his average. Down at the West Georgia 40. So defense has to come away with another big stop here, Jacob. Under 7 minutes to go in this ball game. And a 7-point advantage.
Yeah, need a big stop from the defense, but need to do it in a timely fashion. Not a lot of time left on the clock. If West Georgia is able to procure some run game right here, they can really eat into that clock. And so UNA's got to do a really good job, really sound defensive possession right here, and try to get them to punt it back fairly quick.
One receiver to the near side. That's Dupree. He's been a target quite a few times. Jermaine Ray Jr. defending him. And that's who they're going to go to. Dupree on the UNA sideline, forced out of bounds. Gain of 5. So 2nd and 5.
Clock keeps running right there. Even though he was shoved out of bounds, he was going backwards, which is a new rule that if you go out of bounds while running backwards, the clock continues to run.
Interesting. They'll actually give him 6 on that one, so it'll bring up 2nd and 4, 6:25 to go. West Georgia taking their time. And they're going to get it out quickly to Dickerson, who's hit immediately. DeMarcus Robinson, yes, sir.
Marcus Robinson has been all over the field tonight, making big-time solo tackles. And I can't express how big that is, making that solo tackle out in open field. If he misses this tackle, there's some room to run right there. And so that's a big-time play, big-time tackle to force 3rd down.
Bryce Dickerson has been targeted quite a few times tonight. So they'll lose one on that one, 3rd and 5. Big 3rd down here. Widener on the move, coming to the UNA sideline. He's going to tuck it and will be hit after he gets the 1st down. And the gentleman holding the marker on the near sideline took a tumble.
Those guys are definitely in tough territory right there.
Group of guys in purple uniforms helps him up. He's staying in the game. He's going to get back on that. He said, I got a job to do.
Yeah, shaking it off.
He's got to go 10 yards from the line marker, though. Taking his time, staying in there. 1st and 10. Ball at the UNA 49. In plus territory are the Wolves. 2 receivers to the far side. Widener takes the snap. Morrell with the carry, looking for room around the left end. Won't find much. And Tango asking Morrell if he wants to dance. A little one-on-one violence. He brings him down. No gain on the play. 2nd and 9.
It's good. Gotta find a 3rd down stop at some point. West Georgia, like you said, they're not in any hurry. They're going to take time, let this clock tick down. Try to eat as much of it as they can.
Ten seconds on the play clock. 4:30, Widener rolling to the far side. He's just going to shovel it to his tight end. That was Jacob Ritchie, formerly of Wofford. Played in 10 games at Wofford in 2023. 4 seasons there.
Yeah, Jacob Ritchie, a little bit heavier body than Dickerson. They've had that little flat route where they've kind of pitched it out to Dickerson a couple times tonight, and Dickerson's been able to make a play out of it.
I feel like that's kind of a dangerous pass. I mean, you're not zipping that ball. You're just kind of tossing it, what I would consider Patrick Mahomes style. And if a defender gets you right on that ball, especially once you turn with your body back towards the defense, free rusher at Widener. He's hit
pick it
as
off.
soon as he throws it, and Cam Jamar in the area but can't catch up to it. Widener was hit hard.
Yeah, that was a free rush right there by a man who we called his name a lot tonight, DeMarcus Robinson, with the pressure right there. Quarterback hit, big hit right there on Widener to force an errant throw and a 4th down.
Widener knew he had to just toss it up and get it as far down the field as possible. So that's going to bring up 4th down. Justin Luke on to return this one.
Number 84, Riley Mason to punt.
Riley Mason on to boot this one away. Play clock at 5 seconds. Little rugby style punt going to the right. Luke standing at the 10, and it takes a West Georgia bounce. I mean, what a punt by Mason. It hit at the 2 and went parallel with the end line and is downed at the 1. So 99 yards between the Lions and the end zone.
That's a tough task. But Coach Dearman and company's got their offense huddled up down there, giving them some last bits of encouragement. Go out there and complete this drive, get back, tied up with the West Georgia Wolves late in the 4th.
So if you're just tuning in, Destin Wade went down with an injury in the 2nd quarter. And John Austin Wood, the freshman from Itawamba Agricultural High School, Fulton, Mississippi, has taken all the snaps. They're going to give it to Juice, trying to find some running room, lowers his shoulder once he gets through the line, gets to the 5, pushing forward. So that'll be a gain of 5, as they'll say he was brought down at the 6. 2nd and 5.
Great job giving yourself a little more space back there. Juice Allen being a go-to guy on this Lions offense to get him out of sticky situations.
I feel like the offense needs to pick up the pace a little bit here. 3 minutes in the game. Back to Juice. Hit and brought down by Hogue.
Well,
gain 1.
You're definitely thinking this is your last shot at going down and scoring. If you do happen to give the ball back to West Georgia in whatever fashion, then you're looking at them running out the clock.
Right? Carson Yancey.
So I'm not as worried about the speed of play right now. You've got 3 minutes left. You want to try to milk all of that clock and get into the end zone so you don't give West Georgia an opportunity to come back down and score. I'm more concerned with the right play call, the right alignment, than I am speed at this point. Now, we start ticking into that minute and a half mark. Then I'm really focused on, okay, depending on where you're at on the field, you got to make sure that you're making way towards the end zone, trying to get in there in time.
Carson Yancey being helped to the sideline, actually walking gingerly rather to the sideline on his own. So 3rd and 4, ball on the Lions 7. They got to get to the 11 for a 1st down. 2:51 to go in this ball game. They trail by 7, 24-17. A lot of 7s.
Is that slot machine jackpot?
Let's hope so.
Tighten down the formation.
Wood trying to get it to Allen, throws it behind him, incomplete.
Pass intended for number 6, Jamian Allen falls.
Yeah, they tried to hit a mesh route, or they had a mesh route. They tried to hit the wheel route coming out of the backfield, which is typically going to be a quick throw like that. But West Georgia, Festus Davies, really good job of breaking out from that linebacker position and getting out there and covering Juice.
So Watford on to punt this one away. 2:33 to go.
Number 35, Adam Watford on to punt for the Lions. Number 1, Jalen Burton to receive for the Wolves.
They're going to say Burton will be returning this one. He'll back up, haul it in at his own 50. I believe that's Morrell. And he's pushing forward. There's a flag still going. He's going to get down to the 20. What a return. 30-yard return by Morrell.
I got to assume that's some sort of blocking penalty.
There's a penalty on the play.
Drew Myers, give us the call.
During the return, illegal block in the back, receiving team number 18. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. It'll be first down, West Georgia.
So a 30-yard return will be negated.
As they show it on the replay screen here at Brawley Stadium. Obvious block in the back right there. Helps UNA out.
We'll take it. Join us for UNA football night at Lost Pizza Shoals. Hear from members of the coaching staff and players as they take you inside the UNA football program. If you can't join us live, you can catch every episode right here on the Varsity app and all UNA Athletics social media platforms.
Yeah, so right here, your field's really shortened. So West Georgia's going to get the ball. Looks to be at the 42, their own 42. Excuse me, that's moved it 2 yards to the 40.
The ball's on the 40.
Ball's on the 40.
Now they got to back the sticks up to match it.
Yeah. So when I say the field's shortened, because a field goal here makes it a two-score game, and essentially the dagger, right?
Right.
And so UNA not only needs to get this ball back to their offense, and they need to do it quickly, but they can't let them get into field goal territory. Need to keep them out of field goal territory.
One receiver split way outside the numbers on the far side. Morrell with the carry. And Fred Veely on the tackle along with Demarcus Robinson.
Two guys that just have an absolute motor.
Their first of the half. 30-second timeout.
UNA will take their first timeout. Clock stopped at 2:14.
So Coach Dearman is going to try to utilize this 2-minute timeout that they're going to get. Maybe be able to pocket one of his timeouts as they reset the clock, game clock to 2:17.
There's a gain of 2 on that carry, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, so I could see the West Georgia play calling going like this. I could see another run play right here, and if they're able to gain a couple yards, they may try one of those little sprint out rollouts, get it to the flats. Tight plays. They're not going to try to take any shots because they know a first down is going to put the Lions in some serious trouble.
$2:17 to go. Widener in the gun. Back to Morrell. He's going to gain 1 and then be brought down.
Number 1, Latrell Morrell on the carry for the Wolves.
E.J. Colbert
Tango McCauley Jr.
and Tango McCauley Jr. on the tackle.
North Alabama, their second. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So another timeout for the Lions.
Clock to 2 minutes, 14 seconds. 2-1-4. Thank you.
So another good stop right there. Short gain. Was able to call the timeout. You've got a 3rd down and 7. Need a big stop. You got to expect some form of pass play because it wouldn't necessarily be smart to run it just to milk time off the clock, because with the 2-minute timeout, you're not going to be able to milk that much time off of it. So, I see West Georgia, who's had some success in the pass game, but not only the pass game, but in Widener scrambling and running as well. Picked up a couple first downs with its legs tonight as well. This UNA secondary, if they've ever had a play that they needed to be made, it's right now.
DC Tabscott warming up on the UNA sideline. 3rd and 7. UNA needs a stop here. 2:14 to go. Widener looking down the field, and pass complete to Jordan Dees at the 40.
Pass is complete to number 86.
They blew it dead, but Dees was able to get away from the would-be tackler, and he would have been in the end zone. They'll say Dilworth will be credited with the stop. And it's not your ball game. Crazy things can happen, but it takes a lot of wind out of the sails.
Yeah, where you're about to get a stop right here with a 2-minute timeout. You've got one more timeout in your pocket that you really wanted to keep for your offense.
So that's going to be the 2-minute timeout. 24-17, West Georgia with a 7-point advantage. We'll take a timeout and bring you the final 2 minutes of action from Raleigh after this.
Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success, it takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
(24-17). Stay tuned in with us after the conclusion of this one for the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report. We'll hear from Coach Dearman. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. So a big play by West Georgia after a 3rd and long puts them in UNA territory.
Yeah, and so again, you're in a tight spot right here. 2 minutes left. West Georgia's reset the down marker with a first down on a pass completion. Got to get quick stops. West Georgia's going to milk the clock. You got 1 timeout left that you're going to have to burn, and then it's going to be down to the seconds.
First and 10. Ball at the UNA 38. And it'll be a keeper for Widener. Hampton with the tackle.
You hear the coaches next door yelling, get the ball, try to rip it out. Especially when it's Widener carrying the ball, who's not as experienced of a runner as it would be if it was a running back or receiver, tight end running the ball. That's the kind of guy you want to rip the ball from.
Widener trying to get a little stretching in there. I don't know if he got a stinger or what. But he must have been hit pretty hard there.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it over there on the sideline. So gave up a little more than you probably wanted to right there. West Georgia's kind of getting into that. I mean, if I'm head coaching at West Georgia and I get a 4th down and short at say the 30-31 yard line, you got to get to the 28 to convert. This is 4-down territory for me, because even if you don't convert it, UNA still got 70 yards that they've got to go to score, and there's going to be very little time left on the clock at that point. So you got to be thinking this is probably 4-down territory for West Georgia.
So 2nd and 5. 1:54 left to go in this one. UNA has burned their final timeout. Morrell stiff arms a man, fighting forward, brought down shy of the 30. So he'll get down to the 31.
Third down for the Wolves.
UNA out of timeouts.
Looks like West Georgia brings in a very heavy package.
So 3rd and 3. They'll have to snap this one before the 1 minute mark. 12 seconds on the play clock. And it is the super heavy package.
8 offensive linemen in the game.
Widener with the keeper, looking for room on the near side, and does he have enough? I think he got it by a yard.
Davin Widener on the quarterback keeper.
He does.
First down for the Wolves.
And that's going to be your ball game, as they could take 3 knees here and end it. Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Heartbreaker. West Georgia ends the streak of home wins against the Wolves by the Lions. Will come to a close at 7. And everything changed when Destin Wade went out with his foot injury. And West Georgia will hit a knee. And they'll have to take one more.
Yep. Well, no, they won't.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Play clock
resets the
resets.
clock.
And that's going to be your ball game. Hard-fought game. I mean, look, you have to be appreciative of the performance that Destin Wade and the offense were able to put together and the performance the defense put forth. Defense played really well.
Yeah, and it's kind of, and we'll get into some of this more in the post game, but it's that consistency. We've seen some really talented football from this team this season. Haven't been too many games where we've seen it stretched across 4 quarters. I think they fought hard. I think the effort was there. They had a couple of penalties kind of mixed in there that you don't like. But definitely gutsy, definitely hard fought. Just got to find a way to be consistent for 4 quarters.
24-17 is your final score, and after the battle hymn, we will have thoughts from Coach Dearman. We're going to go ahead and hit a timeout. 24-17 is your final. West Georgia topples UNA in a hard-fought ball game.
UNS Bank. Tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues. Recognized by American Banker as the 16th best performing bank nationally and #1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Join
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
You're on. 24-17, your final score. West Georgia takes down UNA. And we'll get into all the numbers, things of that nature here in just a moment. You're locked into the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. And Coach Dearman will be catching up with Chase Glover here in just a moment. But we're going to talk about the defense. We're going to talk about the quarterback play. We're going to talk about the offense. We're going to talk about it all. UNA is on the road next week, taking on nationally ranked Tarleton State before ending their season the following week here at home against Southern Utah. Let's kick it down to Chase Glover as he is with Coach Brent Dearman.
Coach, thoughts on that game?
I thought we won the first half. I thought our kids came out and they fought their tails off. Defensively, it's probably our best game we've played in the year. It's tough when you lose your starting quarterback, and I don't think we ever overcame that. We got to be better up front. We got to be better in the run game to help out our young quarterback there. But at the end of the day, we got to complete passes, and we never got any momentum on the offensive side of the ball in that second half. And we put our defense in a position where they didn't need to be. So offensively, we got to pull our weight in the second half there.
Yes, sir, Coach. We'll let you go after this one. Best of luck with the rest of the season. Jordan, Jacob, back to you.
Thank you, Chase. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. And you can just see in the faces of some of these UNA players how hard this loss was. Jaheim Ingram getting some well-needed love from one of his coaches there. He was just distraught. I want to talk about a lot of things here during this post-game locker room report, as we will get to the Bojangles famous chicken and biscuits It's Bow Time player of the game after this. It seemed, I don't want to say that UNA lost their composure. That's not what it was. But West Georgia was able to get under UNA's skin. We saw a lot of unsportsmanlikes. We saw some unnecessary roughnesses. Kind of talk me through that. How do you coach through that? How do you mentally get through that hurdle once your momentum is gone, when Wade goes out and you were never able to regain it, tempers flare, and you talked about what Coach Wallace was talking to you guys about. But I want to go into the coaching, like, hey, the momentum's already gone. The tempers have already flared. How do you bring that back while making sure that your guys from whistle to whistle stay explosive and hungry?
Now, Jordan, this might not be the answer that people want to hear, but that's an individual decision, right? So each player out there, they're making their individual decisions to react to this, not react to that, to shove a little extra after play, whatnot. So, as far as coaching, I mean, you can penalize the guys, send them through conditioning for penalties after every game. You can coach about it, you can preach about it, but at the end of the day, these players make that individual decision to conduct these unsportsmanlike penalties, so on and so forth. First of all, I think that starts in recruiting, good kids, and not to say that these kids aren't good kids, but you have to do your due diligence in the recruiting process to make sure who you're bringing on campus is somebody that's going to go out there and execute and have the intangibles that you expect from your program. Number two, your leaders that are on the team. Not every leader's a vocal leader. Some leaders are leaders by example, which is great to have. But then sometimes you got to have those guys that's going to yank somebody, and we see that on the field from time to time. You see the leaders that they'll, somebody's about to get into it, or they're jawing back and forth with a guy on the other team, and they'll yank them over and get them out of that situation and kind of shake them back into things. And so your leaders have to be very adamant about making sure that people are doing what they need to be doing the right thing week in and week out. And so, at the end of the day, you've got to challenge these guys, and they've got to make the individual decision on whether or not they want to keep committing those penalties or not. And I know it's really tough to bench guys when you're fighting to get these wins, and you got these close games like we had tonight against West Georgia. It's tough to bench guys, but if there's a guy that's a chronic personal foul, unsportsmanlike penalty guy, maybe that's how you get through to him. So it's really a tough situation because at the end of the day, every kid's going to go out there and make the play that they choose to, whether that be good or bad.
Let's take a quick look here at the stats. All stats are brought to you by Club Tails, the original cocktail in a can. So obviously Destin Wade, I think we can agree, was on track for potentially his best game of his career. 5 for 7, 137 yards. He had a long of 75 yards for a touchdown to Azariah Fletcher early in the ball game. Had a big one to Jalen Daniels as well. Really enjoyed seeing Jalen Daniels, the running back, being lined up at the slot position and just running goes, and just UNA quarterbacks throwing the ball up to him. We saw a big completion at one point. We saw a pass interference at one point. And Juice Allen didn't have the game we're used to seeing from him, but you really can't blame Juice or the offensive line when West Georgia is loading the box up saying, hey, we expect that you can't beat us on the ground or beat us through the air. But I want to talk a little bit about what you saw from John Austin Wood. The freshman, 4 for 11. He did have an interception, 25 yards. He was sacked 3 times. He's being thrust into a tough situation there, but that's the guy that the coaches say, hey, you're going to be the next guy up. You've been in those positions before where you go in there, there's a lot on your shoulders. Walk us through what you can imagine John Austin Wood was feeling and break down his performance from your perspective.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. That's a tough position to be thrown into. And I'm not saying that everybody wants to be thrown into a tough situation, but they want to be thrown into a situation. So John Austin Wood got his opportunity to be thrown into a situation and showcase what he could do. I think he did some really good things in the run game, had a couple of decent runs. I think in the pass game, which the one interception kind of right before half, you're trying to take a shot downfield, get in the end zone, not really holding that one against him. Looked halfway decent in the pass game. I liked some of the things he did, some of the sprint out things. I don't feel like this is a net negative performance. I think he did some good things. I think he has a lot of growth. He's young. He's a freshman. This was the most experience he's gotten in a game to this date at the collegiate level, and so he's got a lot of growth to do. But what I saw him stand in the pocket and deliver strikes. I saw him stand in the pocket and take some hits that probably hurt pretty bad, and he's probably going to feel them tomorrow when I don't know, maybe he's taking batting practice tomorrow because of the athlete he is. But I saw some maturity from him, but I also saw he has growth points, and hopefully, he's aware of that, and he can focus on that and just continue to grow and become the player that not only he expects of himself, but the coaches expect of him as well.
Davin Widener had a good game for West Georgia, 26 for 34, 274 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But Latrell Morrell, 16 carries, 130 yards for a touchdown. He had the big play early in the ball game, just gashing UNA up the middle for 55, I believe was the length on that one. And Latrell Morrell, in my opinion, was one of the biggest difference makers. Beyond that, Widener had 57 yards on the ground. Lester had 18. But all in all, Latrell Morrell and that run game really hurt UNA tonight.
Yeah, I mean, 460 yards of offense from West Georgia. I mean, that's not a slouch. And a lot of that came in the second half. I think UNA's defense played extremely well, extremely valiant in that first half, getting some big-time stops, starting off the game in a really tough situation, and they really bowed up and just held West Georgia to a field goal there. I think they did some great things in the first half. Second half, I saw some bright spots.
but I also saw some dark spots, which we've seen a couple times this season. I know they've had a couple injuries on the defensive side of the ball, especially in the back end and the secondary. That's probably starting to show up about this time of the season because you don't have a lot of backfield guys, right? Rolling guys in and out. Guys are maybe playing more snaps than they're accustomed to or expecting, and that makes a difference. That makes a difference because if I'm tired and I get blocked a certain way, maybe that's the 55-yard touchdown that we saw from Muriel.
Right.
And so I know the injuries have to be playing a factor. There's definitely some opportunities to shore up some coverages, some communication. We saw a wide open touchdown for Bryce Dickerson to the tune of 55 yards.
Right.
And so there's a couple things that they could definitely clean up. But like Coach Dearman said, I think they played a great game of football in its entirety. Now, were there some spots that you wish you could go back and hindsight 2020 correct? Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have that in every game. But overall, they fought very, very hard.
24-17 your final score. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're going to bring you the Bojangles' famous chicken and biscuits. It's Bow Time player of the game. UNA falls to West Georgia by 7 in a heartbreaker.
U.S. Bank. Tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues. Recognized by American Banker as the 16th best performing bank nationally and #1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com. At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
Welcome back into the CB&S Bank post-game locker room report. West Georgia wins this one 24-17. It's time for your Bojangles famous chicken and biscuits. It's Bow Time player of the game, and we're going with a guy from the defensive side of the football, DeMarcus Robinson. 7 tackles, a tackle and a half for loss. He also had a good quarterback hurry on Widener late in the ball game, where all Widener could do was air it out, see how far down the field he could throw it. I thought DeMarcus Robinson, as he's done all season long, played really well, along with Tango McCauley, who also had 10 tackles in this one. Seth Hampton had a big game as well. Once again, the linebackers doing their job.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this kind of off air. It felt like Robinson, all of his tackles came at very crucial moments. They're open field, third down. They flip the ball to the tight end and just makes a great open field tackle to force third down, fourth down, whatever it was. And so he just had some really big time solo plays, solo tackles, as well as doing great in the mix, so to say, with the front seven, stopping that run game.
Final thoughts on this one before we wrap up, Jacob?
Yeah, you hate to lose the streak, right? And you hate to drop to West Georgia.
And that's a good West Georgia team.
It is. West Georgia's done really well in their transition, and they've played some extremely talented football teams this year and came out pretty well with a couple of upset wins. So they're not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination, and UNA played well. Just another one of those close games that kind of the ball just kind of got away from them there towards the end, and it really felt like you just couldn't grab back that rope.
Tough one. But this team played with their heart. You mentioned it. They put together 4 quarters of really good football. Yeah. And you got to see maybe some of the future of UNA football and John Austin Wood taking a few snaps. And all that can do is build his confidence.
Absolutely. And here's my real final thought. As we kind of, we're getting towards the end of this season. We got one more game left at Brawley. And you look at, your 3 leading tacklers from tonight's game. You look at Tango McCauley, Seth Hampton, and Marcus Robinson. The challenge that teams such as UNA faces is what happens to those guys after the season.
Yeah.
Do they hang around? We're in the age of transfer portal and NIL, and so that's a big deal. I was talking to somebody before the game, very involved in the program, talking about, hey, this guy, and this guy are now playing FBS football.
Yeah.
And maybe they're not getting the same amount of snaps at that level that they would be getting here and that they had gotten here. But if those 4 or 5 guys are on this roster,
it's a different looking football team.
It could be a completely different looking football team. So that's the challenge that the schools. And it's not just a UNA, situation. This is happening across the country, and you have young players that come out and perform extremely well, and at the end of the season, you're fighting tooth and nail to keep them on campus.
It feels as if FCS level football and Division II level football, in some respects, has transitioned to JUCO.
Yeah.
And it's hard when everybody has to do it now, no matter the level. You've got to recruit new kids every year with NIL, and you have to recruit your own kids every year. And look, your opinion on NIL, my opinion on NIL doesn't matter. I'm a fan of people, if they can make a car payment, if they can help their mom with utilities, whatever the money is, it doesn't matter. I'm a fan of it. You may not be, and that's perfectly fine. But it adds a level of difficulty where you can't build a program year over year anymore. It's like the guys at the top can do it because they can supplement, but the UNAs, the West Georgias, the Tarleton States, Western Kentucky got, Abilene's quarterback from last year, McIver, and he's playing well for them. And look, I'm happy for those guys to go and play big-time football or whatever it may be, whatever their hope is. I'm glad they're getting to do that. I'm a fan of kids getting to do what they want to do. But it makes it really hard on a staff when you don't know next year what your defense is going to look like, who's taking snaps for you, who's playing left guard for you. And, it's a new challenge.
Yeah, and you even look at it, and even some of these maybe group of 5 teams that aren't paying these big NIL dollars that you're seeing at some of like the SEC schools and Power 5 schools. But if you think about it, $45,000 a year to a 19, 20-year-old with no bills feels. You feel like you're living high on the hog.
Especially some of these kids who didn't come from a whole lot.
Yeah.
If you bounced around, if you lived in a car, if you did this, I don't blame these kids whatsoever. If somebody wants to give you $50,000, $60,000, I don't blame $20,000. I don't blame them whatsoever. And again, I'm not lamenting the loss of kids. Like, go and do what is best for you, what is best for your family. I'm not hating it. But what I am saying is there's a new element that's added to it from a coaching perspective that nobody was expecting probably when they took over as head coaches. Most people weren't. All right, UNA falls 24-17 to the Wolves here tonight. We hit the road for the final time this season as the Lions head to Stephenville, Texas to battle Tarleton State next week. Join Ben Ray and Brian Neese for the Bank Independent countdown to kickoff at 5 with the game tabbed for 6 p.m. On behalf of the university president, Dr. Ken Kitts, athletic director, Dr. Josh Looney, senior director of broadcasting, Benjamin Ray, assistant athletic director for communications, Mike Ezekiel, sideline reporter, Chase Glover, producer Noah Sullivan, broadcast assistant Braden Rogers, my broadcast partner Jacob Tucker, and countless men and women across the athletics landscape, we say good night from Brawley.
Bank. Tradition runs deep. Since 1906, we've been serving families and communities with stability you can count on. And today, that legacy of service continues. Recognized by American Banker as the 16th best performing bank nationally and #1 in Alabama in their asset category. Being a team member is who we are, which is why we're proud to support University of North Alabama athletics. So, bank with the best. Visit cbsbank.com to learn more. CB&S Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
You've been listening to UNA Football. UNA Football is brought to you by Bank Independent, Coca-Cola, Midgard Self-Storage, Bojangles, CB&S Bank, Alabama Health Guidance, Florence Utilities, Lawn Pride, North Alabama Online, State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander, United Community Bank, Adams Beverages, First and Sold, Lister Hill, Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, Buffalo Wild Wings, Simpsons, Singing River Brewery, Burnley Spine and Sport. This has been a production of Roar Lions Productions. This broadcast is owned and produced by the University of North Alabama and is intended for its live audience. Any rebroadcast without the express written consent of the University of North Alabama is strictly prohibited. Thanks for listening. And Roar Lions!